Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. It is good to hear you all. Rocket, would you say something for me?
Okay, are you hearing us all? Are you?
I, I am hearing you now. That
Oh,
is
good.
excellent. Now, before we go any further, um, I need to ask you all something, my lovely people in chat. I assume you hear me only once. Do you hear Rocket only once? Rocket, would you say something?
Say something only once or say something
Great. That's perfect.
multiple times. I
Excellent.
can do that too.
I look. I have no idea why I cannot hear you except through the monitor. It really is unclear to me. I've been running around. Something is weird with things, and I'm going to try to track down those mysteriousnesses, mysteriousnesses,
Mystery.
mysterii, mis,
Myst-
mis, mysteries. It look. I so here's the
no.
thing. It was very terrible because while we were in the pre-screen I couldn't hear Rocket. She could hear me, but I couldn't hear her, and I had no idea what she was saying, and
It's
it
true.
made me feel
I
like
was just screaming the entire time, just into the void.
it made me feel like I was alone in space, you know?
Aren't we all though? Just alone
Yeah,
in space, in the void.
in the void. Hey.
Ah.
Hi.
Hi everybody.
Hey, um, thank you for being here, everyone. Welcome. This is the Foxhole Friday. We do our Tales from the Foxhole, and this is the season opener for season 2 of The Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I remember I did have a question, but I actually can look this up on the internet while we are chatting, and then I can find out the answer to this question. But
Is it
that's not
is
how
it a
you do
fun
it.
fact?
Oh, it's our Google Docs. You know, it's our
Ooh, so an
that's
extra a fun fact that can hurt me.
maybe yes. Hey everyone, I'm so happy to see you all here. We've been away, and but now we're back. And check my PS connection from Thursday after stream. Still seeing artifacts of Thursday's stream. Where are you seeing these artifacts, my friend? Let me see. What do we got here? I am not seeing anything on my OBS. Let's see what is happening over on Twitch. I'm not seeing weirdness on my Twitch screen. Do you see anything weird? Do you see anything weird? If so, please let me know. This is what I need to know. Oh, thank you. Just put that in there, and I'll check it out, and I'll see what's happening. If there's anything weird, just do a refresh and see if you get something there. But I'll be looking forward to see that image. So, hey everybody, this is the big camp. I like to do a long campaign on my channel, and I want to have like the best players ever, and I happen to be lucky enough to have one of the best players ever on the show right
What?
now.
Oh
Yes,
my
yes.
goodness. Oh, you.
Oh
Well, it only makes sense with one of the best GMs ever.
no,
I
no,
said
no! I've got to do all the intro stuff, but I don't want to do the intro stuff. I want you to do your
it.
intro stuff. So why don't you tell us who you are and tell us who you're playing, and
Yes.
I would like you to tell me something specific, and that is this. Your character is Zodani, and the
Yes.
Zodani
Are just a lovable, friendly, just they like to bake you cookies and
yes, yes. And if they have a great education system, if you are a noble, and uh, they've got some stuff going on, and
hmm
yes, that is a thing that is happening. So, but you are a noble, and
Yes.
you were able to get the sort of education that would make you something special, and I think we know a little bit about sort of like the sort of lush planet that you came from, and the animals there, and a little bit about your house and family. Uh, the Zodani also will re-educate you if you're not sufficiently patriotic. They've got. They're very exciting. I suppose what I'd like to ask you, as part of your introduction, is I would like to know what training was like when you were going through your training to become an agent, a psionic agent that will infiltrate the enemy and take them down. I would like to know how your training went, what that was like for the Harlock. And so please tell us who you are, and then tell us who you're playing, and then tell us what the training was like for the Harlock.
Yes. Well, first off, for who I am, hello everyone. I am coughing. But aside from that, I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person in the world, and beyond, and in planets beyond. Yeah, and gosh, you can find me in all the places where Rocket Foxes can be found, including, but most often, over on Instagram, Facebook. I've been doing more videos, question mark, of like making dollar store crafts and stuff like that because I find it fun. So you can see some things like that. And I also have a Patreon where you can sign up, and I am in the process of getting caught up on sending out all the swag. So you do get stuff delivered not by my hand, but someone's hand to you via the postal system. And yeah, other than that, if you would like, what's the next thing on Sunday? From, oh gosh, time zones, from 9 to 11 Pacific, or 11 to 1 Central, or 12 to 2 Eastern, I will be over for one of the shows I produce on Cybernation Uncensored, in which I'll likely be showing you around my Minecraft world and getting lost and screaming. So that will be a thing that happens. But as far as tonight goes, I am playing the Harlock, who, yes, is a Zodani, and kind of far away from Zodani space. They have a few different planets and stuff like that in their system, but a distance away from the lands where the Zodani tend to hang out, tend to chill.
I mean, they're an entire empire. Do you know what I mean? They got.
But their empire's a little bit further away from where we are now.
It is really far away. It's kind of interesting that you're not hanging out with all your peoples.
Yeah, just not quite, but yeah. So she is a noble. She probably what you would consider one of the lesser houses. The family, the planet that they're on, they're pretty powerful there, but it is also kind of on the outer skirts, as it were. A pretty swampy sort of planet, very jungly, and for everyone who's been hanging out with us, some animals that are quite similar to some that we've encountered, and that is actually the animal that her family's crest is based upon. But yeah, so training, she from a pretty young age exhibited some higher level skills in psionics, so like enough to the point to where there may have been an exception if she were not a noble, but luckily she was, so we really didn't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, because she excelled kind of naturally, she, when you go to school and there's somebody who's like kind of the teacher's pet a little bit, but like doesn't, not real enthusiastic about it, but just seems like they're always kind of getting the good grades and stuff like that. Yeah, that's kind of how it was. And so
she's a nerd.
Well, yeah, but
a psionic nerd.
A nerd for different reasons than that.
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, like, so she, that's because she was so young. She actually went in a little bit earlier than some people do, and she was raised pretty much from jump as like, this is your deal. This is what you are going to do. This is how it's going to be for you. So there
Yeah,
wasn't
they are a society
really
that will let you live to your greatest potential. You know, if you're going to be really good at something, you will do that thing, whether or not
right.
you want to do that thing, because it's better for everyone if you do the things that they need you to do and that they think you are best at.
Yeah, and and I think that to a great degree too, like she picks up on stuff pretty quick, so she could see what like happened to other people who didn't necessarily stack up as quickly and easily, and people who maybe had differences of opinion. So even if slash when slash the opinions she has that may not align to traditional Zodani ways, she did a good enough job at keeping that to herself. Because I mean, you manipulate the situation here and there, and you don't have to,
Yeah,
go through
yeah,
the harder times, harder
yeah.
times.
I mean, I'm sure you've learned some politics. I feel like that's probably a true statement.
Yeah, and mostly politics in terms of what benefits her. It's not like she couldn't, do get into that in a way that benefits beyond, but why?
It's a good yes.
So maybe that'll change as she's closer to the crew and stuff like that. Maybe not. Maybe we'll see.
We'll see. So I suppose I should do the official in. I've made sure all of the images are working. So here's what I'm going to tell you. This is our campaign, and thank you for being here, everyone who's watching. I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone who is watching either live or on VODs or on YouTube. Thank you for all of that support. I would like to say, if you're watching on YouTube, maybe you could subscribe, because if I can get more I've got the watch time, I just don't have the subscriber count yet. So hey, let's see. You can support us by watching, thank you, by subscribing over there on YouTube, making comments, all that goodness. Also, you can support us by shouting us out. You can retweet our go live tweet. You can tell people that we're here. You can also, if you like, join our Discord and hang out with us there. You can donate tips or bits, and if you do, we will give a shout out. I will read the donation message over at the intermission at the end. We also have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, which you can become a Patreon, and that is, full of excitement and joy. And I send off, Patreon messages, which I'm sending off one probably right around this weekend. And let me see. And there's like little surprises that happens with that. We also have a special tier, the sponsor tier, and there are only 4 slots available for the sponsor tier, and that is $200, and what that does is pays for the cast, not including me, for 1 week. And so there are 4 weeks and there are 4 slots, and we've got people cycle in and cycle out, and if you do that, I'll make a very special ad for you, a radio ad. And I want to sort of give a shout out to our sponsors. Some of them are cycling out right now. We've got Aneo and Amoeba. We have Will and TW. We have KY Hawkeye and Josh, Me, and Art, and those are our sponsors. Some of them are cycling out, so slots will open up, and I want to thank all 4 of them for being here and being wonderful over this time period. And so let me see. There was something else. Yes. Also, we have a merch store.
I was gonna say, I think people are asking to see that fine gambler shirt.
Well, I mean, this fine gambler shirt is available on the merch store. As a matter of fact,
you could have it on your body.
Yes, you could. And this is our T-shirt. It's
Whoa!
The art is by Void Smoker.
Void Smoker.
The art is amazing. And the T-shirt super soft and comfortable and lovely. I'm really excited. We also have, I don't know if I put the merch command in. We
I
have
believe it. I believe it is. I saw it
there
go
you
up.
go. Oh, nice. Thank you. So here's the thing about the merch store. Uh, this is using fourth wall, and they're pretty cool. And they have the option that you can give gifts while I'm live. You can gift merch to other people. If you hit gift, it'll set up like a 2-minute timer, and people can hit exclamation point enter. Like you basically do a giveaway. Like you can just do a giveaway if you feel like it, and that's pretty cool.
Oh,
Yeah, right. It's really neat. It's a neat integration, which I'm really excited about. And going, we've got cool gamblers merch. We've got this on T-shirt of many different colors, and it's also a fourth wall is size inclusive. So they've got like a wide range of sizes. We've got a notebook which is up there, and I need to use it for my notes, and also a T-shirt. And then we have a general academic foxhole mug and also
hey.
stickers. So it's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm like, oh, I get to now give these T-shirts to my cast for free because I love them, and that's really what I want. And oh, and the last thing, we have channel points, and for channel points, if you wish, you can donate channel points, and that will let you create a passenger that our crew might pick up when they're taking passengers from point A to point B. There are a bunch of different options of high pass, low pass, and how many parsecs you're wanting to go. And if you go and use your channel points to do that, channel points are free. You get to put in their name, and if you put in their name and something about them, a little pop-up will show up. I will note that. It'll go in my queue, and when they deliver your person to where they're going to go or dump your body somewhere, then we'll take off that name. So those are, I think that is all of that kind of pre-show stuff. We should do a recap. Oh, no, wait. Yes. No.
A partial
Yes.
recap, some recap. Perhaps.
Yes, we'll do a recap. I just remembered that there was a thing that I wanted to say because Rocket doesn't know it, but I was like, wait, I should do that after the recap. So, last season, we kicked off our campaign of the Gamblers, where a crew of people were approached by the King of Drinax with an opportunity. Our crew, Hey, Rocket, would you describe who the 4 crew members are? I would be interested to see your take on who they are.
Well, how I would describe them, or how Harlock would describe them?
Whichever. Your choice.
So I Rocket would say that there is, and so we have a doctor
Yes.
who is apparently has more secrets than perhaps initially one might have thought. But yeah, the doctor goes way back with Tarika, who is a really gifted engineering individual and is the pilot. We also have the Baron, who started life as a clone, but things happen.
May not be the clone anymore. I mean, it's still
May not be the clone. Like, it's still the same individual in mind and spirit, but just maybe not in body.
Yes.
Winds up naked quite a bit for some reason.
Or in latex.
In latex, yeah. Also on the crew, we have my buddy, my favorite, which I don't know if he's necessarily agreed to be the person who, oh gosh, what are they? The not usher. Why am I having a hard time with this? Steward, thank you.
Yes.
Our jackal friend, whose actual name I cannot pronounce.
Oh, well, he's got more than one name.
Right.
There's Evan is what you can call him, right?
Yes.
If you are.
But but via his home language, it's a little harder for non-jackal-like mouths to pronounce.
gonna place you over there. Oh, you can
Does
see.
like
So,
very bright ties though.
here's our Harlock. Here's our
Yes.
Doc over there.
Yes.
Here's our
Um,
Baron.
we have Sue,
Pilot.
who is the an AI basically brought on by the doctor,
Mhm.
who also probably knows some things. Knows some things.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sort of. Yeah.
just there's some things going on. Some things going on that may not be on the total up and up, but we are also pirates, so you know. And from there, we also have Karina, who just kind of came on board when there really wasn't any other choice, but is good with a knife. But doesn't seem mad about it, right?
No, I mean, she was working as a waitress. Like this is better
Yeah,
than that, you know?
in kind of a shitty place, to be fair. So
Yeah.
and so then also is also storming over here. So if you hear some wild sounds, that's what it is. And then also there's our young you know, he doesn't have a role per se, but is kind of taking up under Terrica a little bit, and also just inviting a whole bunch of people to be passengers when everyone else hasn't really agreed to that. You know, but it's trying his best. It's trying his best.
He is trying his best.
You know, and may also have just a secret or two. So thus do we all, right? And
so thus do we all.
And the Baron like initially took on the role of captain just when no one else was looking, just by saying it to an unrelated party.
Yeah, I mean, I just like you have to just. I suppose what I should back up. I will say that there was a place called Drinax, which was a planet which had a large star kingdom, and that kingdom was destroyed by the Aslan a couple
Which are
centuries
lion
ago.
people.
Yeah, they don't like being called lion people. They're like.
I mean, it's a rude thing to say about them, but since it's only us here right now.
And you know, so they the king wanted to rebuild the empire, and wanted to do that by, you know, figured you can probably best do that by, well, they found a ship. They found one of their old ships when they were a great empire. And yeah, so Stormtroopers, like, they're caracals or carousels.
Caracals, I think, right? Yeah, with the
Caracals.
big ear. Oh, I like it even more now.
Yeah, they're more caracals. Thank you. It's like, how do you pronounce that? They are more caracals. People will sometimes call them lions, which they find very offensive. They are a bit more caracals than they are lions.
Would they find that less offensive?
Yes.
Although I do like what Volpe says about better lion people than just.
That's true. Now, for those who know your lore,
or dangling a yarn in front.
Yeah, for those who don't know the lore, what I will say is one of the reasons why they find this offensive is because they are not related to either caracals or lions. They
have nothing to do with Earth. In fact, most people don't.
Yes. The Vargur, which Evan is a member of the Vargur, actually are related. This is sort of like deep lore. They actually are related to Earth. The ancients, right, sort of uplifted them and sort of created like a sort of a sentient species out of what would be sort of related to our wolves and, you know, wolves, jackals. But the Aslan have nothing to do with lions or caracals. It's just that that's what they look like to us, and that's what we say, and they feel like that's messed up. So, you know.
And that's why they destroyed Drinax.
Well, they destroyed Drinax because Drinax was charging them really large tariffs to fly through their space when it
I
hit
mean,
a tree. They didn't
essentially,
appreciate that.
they had a tea party. They
Yeah.
threw a bunch of explosive tea at
Yes.
Drinax and said no longer.
And then destroyed it. And so the king of Drinax put together this group of people to try and basically recreate the Drinaxian Empire. So you have Tarika, who is the child of nobility, a Drinaxian noble, but has complicated feelings. You have Val, who actually comes from the planet Asim, which is an agricultural planet, which is basically the first planet that Drinax retook. So sort of representing like the heartland. And then you have the Baron, who theoretically represents the people who live on the irradiated Drinax at the moment, sort of the Drinax barbarians. And then you have their good friend, the Harlock, who just hangs out and is a friend. However, the
Doesn't represent anyone really, so to
no,
speak.
no, not at all. Except that the Drinaxian sort of head of spy master is like, oh yeah, that one, absolutely. You're friends with that one. She needs to be on your crew too because she would be really. We make sure she's invited. And then our crew has picked up these others along the way, and I will toss it back to you. But so yes, right. So their mission,
Yeah,
of
so
course, they've been given this
yeah.
ship, is to become pirates, but specifically, they've been told what we would like you to do is go and do some piracy, privateering, to raise money so that we can actually become a new empire, but also to destabilize trade enough that there is a pirate problem that then we can come in and solve, right? And then that'll make us look good, but also to try to recruit the planets of the former empire to have them come on our side so that we can basically reconstitute the Drinaxian Empire. And by the time we've got everybody allied to us and loyal to us, once the two big empires that are right on either side of us realize, they will. It's too late. Like we're now useful. We've got allies. We've got planets under us, and we're going to be recognized, right, as an empire again. So that's
pay
like
for that
the
tea.
mission. To pay for that tea, the mission they have been given. And so I leave it back to you.
Yeah, no, I last I heard that was the whole of the crew. Although, unless I'm mistaken, do we still have those animals on board? The ones that we got to keep?
Yes. The Grebes, yes.
The Grebes.
Yes.
So we also have a small
now some of them have
herd.
been killed. The ones that you owned, you have slaughtered to get the drugs out, but you still have more Grebes.
Well, yeah, because they have nowhere else to go now. Last I heard. Last I heard, they were up for adoption because their former owners suddenly just disappeared somewhere.
Well, one of them is still alive. The
really?
one who was more talkative. Yeah. The one who was more talkative is still alive. The one who was less talkative is not alive.
Well, that's a shame. That sounds like a them problem. But they were traveling with some children who had a lot of starry eyes and hopes and dreams or some nonsense like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, you all went off as our... Because I want to get the recap in so that people know if they've just showed up for the first time. You all went off. You were given a friend and mentor, an ally, an innocent, sweet person.
Yes. The Pirate Queen, yes.
The Pirate Queen. Who was going to go, and she was like, I have a mission. I need to go pick up some stuff. It'll be an easy first pirate mission for you all. Well, there's a ship. Probably it's like a free trader. It used to be mine. Probably don't have a lot of weapons. We'll go in there, take their stuff. I'll get the things that I need. I'll give you some wisdom, and everything will be great.
Yeah, and instead, though, she ended up giving her life to the Baron, who got it in his head that he just... He felt she was given a little side eye, and he couldn't really trust that.
And
he kind of made that call on his own.
He did. Yeah, he did. He'll be a bit of a problem. So I not in the future. I just meant for the recap. So
Yeah, no,
killed.
he's just a problem by himself, but
Yeah,
he's a problem we all love.
yeah, killed her, which got a bunch of data though. And you did your first piracy, which was great. Left the dead body of the pirate queen in their ship, and then picked up a um, who was like a
Yeah, that
farmer
I don't
kid.
know if that was but listen. Only one person had control over that situation, and was making choices.
Yeah, yeah. But that ship was also carrying some illegal drugs, which means they probably are not going to report things super accurately, which it turns out they didn't. They said that they were robbed. They left out the illegal drugs part, but they also said they were
Mm-hmm.
robbed in a different system than they actually were because they could not explain why they were in the system they actually were in. So, you know what I mean? They'd be like, "You were robbed in what system? Why were you there?" And they're like, "Oh, so
you were robbed at Marduk. Yeah, you heard there was a big old raid over there, right?
I just was like, what? Oh, I wasn't. Oh, it wasn't there. So you all went off to the planet Marduk to go and sort of, which was the system you were in, to go and get yourself some rest and relaxation, get some
just
supplies.
hang out, do some stuff, do some just us things, and yeah, that didn't go
You were
too
gonna go do
terribly
some,
smooth.
get some stuff in there, but you got. Your shuttle got shot down when these Ogma
Yeah.
raiders attacked. I just want to point out that there is a three little cluster. Ooh, do I? I probably have the ability. I don't know if I do or not.
Got some
There's a
nice
little three.
planet time.
There's a little three world cluster that has got these three little planets, all of whom used to be part of the Drinaxian Empire, although not currently. And they,
Now they're
one
run
of
by
them,
GDCO, more or less.
yeah, the Ogma is the only one of those that can jump between system to system. They can only jump one, but they can, and they raid these other planets and kidnap people, enslave them, and use them terribly. And that's a problem. Those raiders came in and attacked, and our protagonists were on that planet. They got to meet some of the locals. They got to learn that this might have been the planet that Terika's family had been from in the way, way past. They learned a lot of strange psychic things. They also learned that the Baron, when he gets nervous, teleports ish.
It's kind of yeah. Also had the opportunity to get rid of somebody who had been hanging out with them, who was a real jerk,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I call that a
And
win.
yeah. Now, I will note that they did not make any, what's the word?
Friends.
Diplomatic relations with the people of Marduk. I mean, they could have, but they didn't, which I feel like is probably
But
fine.
we do have a permission slip from GDCO to do just defensive maneuvers.
In the Marduk system. So you so you got some good relations with GDCO, which is the General Development Corporation, which is this very large, powerful corporation who creates starports and regulates trade, and is just here to make this place successful. And yeah, so you've got some friends there, and you all split, and you're heading off. You all decided that what you wanted to do was head off to the direction that that ship was going. You've got some. You want to find some fences. You want to find out some mystery. So you're heading off.
Just
You're heading
around.
offwards, just around. I actually believe that I can show
And we did
you.
also run into the Baron's wife.
Mm-hmm. Yes, muted. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's because there's not a. I know why. It's muted. I got it. I will. I see you. I see you. But they moved over right to Thebans, and that's where they're at right now. And when they arrived, there was a imperial checkpoint, customs checkpoint. I will note this is not the Imperium. The Imperium does not technically have jurisdiction, but then
And
again,
yet there they
nobody
were.
does. Yet there they were. There they were. And really, since nobody is in charge here, and since there is no empire here, the Imperium can kind of do what they want. You know what I mean? So they checked y'all out. The turns out you did have contraband that you did not know about on board that they did not find out about. Turns out we learned that the
Baron's the actual Baron's wife was just there hanging out, being just an angry individual.
Because her husband,
which, to be fair,
criminal.
well, also, no, I mean that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, like her husband's a war criminal, you know? Awkward. So
yeah,
that
what are you
happened.
gonna do?
But when we left off, there were a couple of things. Oh, the Imperial Navy Sourcebook comes out in October, I've learned. I'm very excited. So we learned a couple of things, which is going to bring us to where we're at. So what was being smuggled by this couple were very powerful and experimental psionic drugs. Very powerful psionic drugs. More powerful than the Harlock had ever seen before. Powerful enough that when they were exposed to air and the Harlock was not prepared for it, there was a bit of an assault upon her, which was like, whoa. There was a question about whether you should just turn those drugs over to the Empire, and the Harlock was like, no, we will not.
Let me tell you a story called That's Not Happening.
Yeah, not happening. But they were able to sort of get out of that. You know, there are some things happening that we can talk about next week when the whole crew gets here. But the most important thing at this moment is that everybody started to, there's a medical term, trip balls was really, I think, the best way to phrase what was happening. Because these drugs, when they exposed them, got into the air filtration system, and everybody started getting a little bit, started having weird experiences. Visions, sort of psionic memories, as it were. And it was in this moment that we learned that, well, there was a mission that the Harlock was on. The Harlock wanted to go to this Imperial noble's estate, steal something. We should probably talk a bit more about that later. But got the Baron to disguise himself as the noble, who was the Baron, by the way, and infiltrate this big party, right? Like, oh, look, it's the Baron. Here we have the actual Baron, the clone, and we can get into the estate. But in the process, the actual Baron came upon our Severence, and there was a confrontation.
Yeah, it turns out the actual Baron's a way better fighter, sword fighter, strategist, pretty much all of that.
And the actual Baron killed our Baron, our clone friend. Except that when our clone friend gets nervous sometimes, they do weird teleportation things. And our clone Baron, at the moment of death, swapped bodies with the actual Baron. And so our clone friend is actually in the body of the actual Baron. The actual Baron, who is a powerful psionic and a war criminal who's been weirdly experimenting with people to do
but also dead now.
But also dead now. Except that there's been weird psionic things going on. And in this moment, when the Baron was experiencing this sort of like weird fugue memory, And where the Harlock actually was in this memory, because that's actually what happened in real life, the Harlock was there. Severance got nervous again, And when the Harlock tried to tell Severance that it was okay, the Harlock disappeared.
Severance?
And that's what the crew out at that finale, what they knew is that all of a sudden, the Harlock was gone and was not on the ship. And Sue, our computer, could not locate the Harlock at all. Not on the ship. The Baron saw the Harlock in the mirror. Severance has a mirror in his quarters, and he looked into the mirror, not really seeing him, like, he's in a space, he didn't really recognize himself. But he saw, after the teleportation incident, the Harlock on the other side of the mirror, looking back at him. And the Harlock was in a beautiful water garden. And good, you can see it. Was in a beautiful. How many Barons are there? Pat666 asks, how many Barons are there? That's a very good question. We don't know. Well, I know. They don't know how many clones the Baron made or why. But the Baron
was noted for stealing people and making clothes. Just, everyone needs a hobby. And, sometimes.
And they have seen more than one clone. Now, I will note that if you're a war criminal, having clones to take the fall for you is pretty convenient.
I feel like, with the asterisk of until people find, because the wife is looking through all the clones, right? And so,
yes.
once it's known that there's a bunch of clones, then I think it becomes a little less helpful.
Yeah, but he was hiding the clones. You know what I mean? Like he did a pretty good. But now
he had him under cups and just like switching him around in front. Doing a little shell game.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the Baron, he's dead now. So I suppose.
Yeah, that's too bad for him.
Yeah, but
he could be anywhere though. Really,
could be anywhere.
He could be all around us right now.
Could be.
Oh no.
So let's return to the Harlock, because the Harlock went missing at the end of the season when the Baron teleported you away, sort of. Now,
damn it.
I'm going to point out a couple of things. The crew kind of freaked out, and
good, they should freak out.
Yeah.
They want me around. I am helpful.
They do, but there's another problem.
Oh no. What have they done? What did they do in my absence?
Teleportation is not very long range.
No. It's not. And nor should it happen to entire ships filled with things and people, which we managed to keep from happening last time, Baron.
Yes. And also, people should probably have a little bit more training before they do that sort of a thing,
Mm-hmm.
But you need to have a certain amount of psionic power in order, like, the more psionic power you have, the farther you can teleport, but it's not super, super long range.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we talk about you and
Go on.
Harlock? Yes, why don't we do that, shall we? The Harlock.
That lovable rogue.
Yes.
Who no one would ever want to hurt.
No. You were on the ship. And you were trying to talk to the Baron. And the Baron was kind of freaking out. And then you felt something. could you make... I believe you have a science psionicist's role.
Yes. I happen to
make
have
that
that
for me?
skill.
Yes. This difficulty is... this, you might want to roll this twice, but for this is just an average difficulty of 8.
Okay.
Oh, this is just an initial situation, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I fixed the character sheet. I also
I
went through.
know.
I know. I was going through the. Thank you. I was going through the transcripts, and I could not find out what your luck score was. I got everybody else's luck score written down, but I don't have yours.
Hang on, I actually have it written down.
So nice.
Because I was prepared in that sort of a way. My luck score is 6.
Thank you. So
That was
a
8.
success. Well, that's an 8 out of 8, which is technically, because this system has degrees of success, it's technically right on the edge. Sort of like a, you know, how would you say it? Partial success, as it were. Yes.
Oh, good.
Here's your partial. Here's your partial. You're in that room.
Mm-hmm.
The drugs are in the space. People have learned they've been infected with these drugs. The passengers had been locked in their rooms, and so they actually hadn't been infected, but everyone else had. And you sense something at that last moment, right? At that split-second moment, you recognize, like a surge, a psionic surge, and it's that moment when you recognize, oh no, wait, right? But because it's just an 8, and also this is how it is, you're not able to stop anything from happening. But you feel your molecules sort of warp and twist, deconstruct and reconstruct. It's that sort of feeling of teleportation. Very rare, difficult psionic power. Feared. Very feared psionic power, because after all, it is the thing that allows the Zodani special forces to teleport into people's ships, kill them, and then take, you know what I mean? Like, surprise.
Oh, right, you know, like
surprise. And you feel that sort of sense of teleportation sort of coming, but you didn't do it. And normally you cannot teleport other people. You can only teleport yourself, but yet you are being sort of pulled. And here's the thing I will say. It's not... this should not be working this way, right? This is not how these things work. And at this moment, when you feel the teleportation coming from Severance in a way that it should not, he should not be able to do that, right? Just generally speaking, that's not how these things work. But as it's happening, as you're being pulled and warped, there is I want you to imagine a thread that leaves the Baron's, like a psionic thread that leaves the Baron's body and hits you. You do not get the sense that he's doing this intentionally or deliberately, or even consciously, right? And you feel this tether hit you, a psionic tether, but it is weak. It is not strong. You don't think it would be able to do much, do you know? Because he's not as trained as you are. He's not... Yes, he's boosted by that drug, but it's just a weak... It's like a little tendril that hits you. But then... a larger tendril, psionic tendril, emerges
Well, I don't like the sounds of that.
from the memory. Do you remember the actual Baron Merrymore in the memory?
Mm.
In that
Mm-hmm.
moment that you were seeing, in this memory that you're seeing, a very large psionic tendril sort of reaches out and hits you from behind. And the two tendrils combine, and that's when you feel yourself being pulled in that
Mm-hmm.
sort of the space of teleportation.
Mm-hmm.
And in a flash, in an instant, you find yourself in a water garden. A beautiful, gorgeous water garden. It is a palace of some sorts. The image is there for you. Intricate,
Would I
delicate. You are on a.
recognize it?
Oh, guess.
Uh, is it
Guess.
is it the where the party was?
It is where the party
Oh
was. Yes, yes, it is. You find yourself in the Merrymore estate, where that party was, where you had infiltrated, where the Baron killed Severence, or Severence killed the Baron. And you know, this planet is in the Imperium. It is on the
Oh, yes.
edges of the Imperium. It is very far away. It is not within teleportation range, shall we say, from that psionic check of yours. It is months away from where
It
you were.
is inconveniently away,
Yes.
to speak lightly.
Yes. And there you are, and you can feel the warm sun on your face. And you can see the beautiful water garden and the greenery and the lushness and this sort of beautiful, sort of open courtyard that you find yourself in. When you were there before, some years and years ago, there was a gala and people were mingling in this place. There was like food set up on tables, servants moving here or there, some musicians, and people were talking about so many things. You were there with the Baron. Your intel had said that he actually was not going to be there for this party because he was working or away in some sort. And the Baron's wife was sort of causing hostess. A number of sort of imperial officers, naval people were there. It seemed a bit more of her party than his, to be honest. He wasn't supposed to be there at all. But you were there with your fake Baron, mingling, trying to find your way to where you needed to go. Severance went one way, you went another. Where did you go? By the way, here, the courtyard you're in, the vegetation's a little overgrown. Not badly. Not so much that you might think, oh, this place is a ruin or it's abandoned. But the upkeep seems to be clearly there's some upkeep, but it doesn't seem to be as
It's a little more on the minimal side.
yes. You know, if for example the person who's the Baroness is away on she's been called to work, right? Which means she's going to be away for a number of months. And if you think, if she's a naval officer, which she is, and her husband stays back here at this estate, which he did, she would be away from him for a number of months at a time, 6, 7, 8 months. Who knows what he was doing while she was away? But currently she is, as you know, she is not there. And it looks like in her absence, the groundskeepers and such let things slide a little. So the upkeep's a little dim.
Well, I for one would fire them. I think the first thing that would happen is as soon as the Harlock gets her bearings and looks around, the initial response would be, "Oh shit." Um, can we see and or hear any signs of life? Is anyone nearby, around, or does it seem like people show up, kind of half-ass take care of it, and then go hang out elsewhere?
Hmm. I will need a roll from you for that.
I'm ready.
Now, there are different things you can do, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can always just give me your recon for normal sorts of recon, but you also do have psionic powers.
Yeah, let's just recon for now.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
Also, Arisa brings up a good point. One of my first questions was, "When am I?"
Mm. Mm.
Uh,
Give me a recon, if you would.
it's a 10.
Oh, easy peasy. This is actually a routine check, which is a 6 is all you need.
I
So
believe that would be a fantastic success. Oh my!
you did. It is. How do you say? It is fantastic. It is an extreme success. Well, it's by you made it by 4, which is an average success. You need to beat it by 6
Oh,
to get extreme. But this place, as you look around, how often have you infiltrated places?
a lot.
A
a
lot.
a a number of times over a number of years.
Hmm. I imagine that's true, which means I imagine you're really good at knowing the flow of a place.
Mm-hmm.
Like the life stream of a building. Telltale signs of when somebody's been there recently or not, you know?
How thick the layers of dust are.
Yes. And this courtyard is lonely. As you peer and look, you are not alone. Well, the estate is not empty. You can tell that there's too much, it's still a little too clean. But an estate of this size would need a very large number of servants
Mm-hmm.
to keep it spick and span. And looking at the dust is light, not heavy. Things have been placed here in the courtyard. You can tell, like, they've moved some of the plants out here where they might get rain, right? So maybe you don't need to water them as often, right? And as you sort of
Mm-hmm.
see, what you're going to assume is there's probably somebody who lives on staff, right? Who's here, maybe a groundskeeper, maybe a maid, maybe a butler who might be staying in. Probably have a staff of 20 or 30, but you could imagine it's a skeleton crew of maybe 3 that's going
Mm-hmm.
to try to take care of this entire estate by themselves until they'll ramp back up. Although, you're a noble. Even if you were away, you would probably not fire your staff, right? They would
Oh,
probably still stick around.
yes, but I also feel like probably during times like this might be when the non-essential staff would like visit family, or you know, maybe do, if, because especially this one, since it is a capital and noble house,
Yes,
the staff is
yes,
probably fairly decently taken care of, so maybe they go on
yes,
some travel themselves, hang out,
yes,
just do stuff that's not like waiting on people. It's kind of like
yes,
if you see a butler in a really fancy place, like how you almost feel like the butler has a butler, like that kind of a thing.
yes. And and probably would have been different before, right? It probably would have been different before because there would have been the Baron there in residence, right? So you probably would have kept more of the staff around. But you know they had no children.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
And she's not currently here. So it looks like while you imagine there are people here, you imagine there are very few of them and probably quite spread out.
Okay. Dang. All right. Well, certainly didn't want to find myself here. Didn't expect it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a note to anyone who may not be familiar, this is not a situation in which somebody can pop on a computer and be like, calling the ship up or anything like that. It takes time for communication to travel as well.
Mm-hmm. We do not have faster than the speed of light communications in this world.
So there's no reaching out to the ship being like, hey guys, come pick me up. Well,
Mm-hmm.
since finding myself here, I might as well peek around. So I think the Harlock would, because from the initial infiltration years ago, whenever first crossing Severance, had at that point in time gotten like layouts of the grounds and such like this. So still has, I would imagine still has a more or less a decent memory of where things are. So the Harlock is going to go on. It seems like something came to you.
It's a question I've been having, and it's a question I've been wondering for a while, actually. And I've been wanting to ask, but I thought we just never had the time for me to ask, really. It never seemed appropriate, to ask this question that I've been wondering about for a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, this mission that you were at way back in the day.
Yes.
One that you had gotten from the Zodani High Council.
Mm-hmm.
This mission that was important enough that you would get Severence to help you with it. Seemed to be like one of these sort of bonding experiences between you both, I suppose. What was it? What were you here to do?
So
I ask as you move yourself through this building.
As much as we would like to think that it was just to have some nice bonding time with Severance, the actual Baron, the Baron who died, but also whose body didn't die, as we have mentioned and found out, pretty strong in the psionics department, and something like that does not go unnoticed, even though it may be far away, and the thing is too, for everyone who's seen Severance, not humble is not a word that comes to mind. Going under the radar, that's not really a word that one might closely associate. And there are elements of those things that don't just come from nowhere. If you think of a clone being like a distilled version, of someone else, the original is like that, but like more so. So even though in the Imperium, it's, you don't have psionic powers. It makes people uncomfortable. You don't show those things off unless you're a rich asshole, in which you kind of let things slide a little bit, right? Like not in a way that like leaves enough solid evidence for somebody to come up against you, but like in a way where everyone just knows, right? Like everyone just knows, kind of in the way that a lot of people in the outer circles probably just knew that he was stealing children and stuff like that. But what are you going to say about it?
Right. It's not like you can tell him no if you're just a servant.
So certainly the Zodani would find out about this and be like, oh, that's something that interests us in so many ways. So to some degree, on the one hand, the Harlock was there to do some recon on the Baron himself, and find out if we can find any documents, if we can find any anything in which we can just get more information on what is going on. I would imagine, had all gone to plan, the Harlock would have been the first wave, like the very first scout. Later on, there would be more people infiltrating, probably infiltrating to work there long term, you know, and find out more things like that. The Harlock was initially going there just to find cursory information to bring back, to be like, hey, this is what I found out, this is what we know, this is where to look, this is, you know. So looking for any kind of, if the Baron, which probably did, kept any logs or tangible evidence of anything, especially about these experiments that were being run, would be wanting to get some little hands on that.
Well, that's the weird part. You did not find his lab.
Mm-hmm.
So there were experiments.
Mm-hmm.
You know this. You also know that he traveled to Drinax, which maybe might have been why you were at Drinax, because we know that we found you in Drinax. That's how you met
That's true.
Severence and all of these people.
Mm-hmm.
You met them there. We know now, maybe you've always known, that the Baron had been to Drinax.
Yeah, that's a little awkward, isn't it?
Awkward. He had to have been to drop off his clone right there, to hide his clone there. He apparently had been there.
Oh, that's what the kids are calling it these days.
Dropping off your clone. But he'd been there. Drinax itself is a sort of an interesting place. Can I get a roll from you?
Mm-hmm.
I want something like, give me a psionics roll. What ability am I thinking about for you right now? I'm thinking about one of your sensing ones.
To figure out knowledge or location or
vibe.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How about, I feel like that might be no, awareness is internal. Well, fine. I think in the, could do either awareness. I think that might be good for vibe more so, because I feel like the Clairs are more specific, looking for something that you know what it is.
Yeah.
So let's
show
me
vibe.
11. We're
very
vibing.
Nice, very nice.
We're feeling it.
Now this is not something you're doing right now in the moment when you're in this water garden. This is something that you did in the past.
Would have happened, yeah.
Yeah. So how long you've known these folks for years?
Yeah, I feel like when this happened initially, because Severance is the first out of everyone that Harlock would have run into and run with. That I feel like would have been maybe 6-7 years ago. The stuff that happened with Terrica would have been more of like maybe 3.
I'm going to ask you a question.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe.
There are some people who were watching what I was doing in the break in between the 2 seasons, which was playing Ironsworn Starforged, which is a great game which you can play solo. And I was running through one of the adventures of Crash Jones, that sort of fictional pulp hero.
Yes.
Yeah, the fictional pulp hero. It's like cool.
Yeah, right? Not as much as Wesley knows, but
yeah, right. Like Wesley is like super big fan of Crash Jones, and actually a couple other people are fans of Crash Jones, as a matter of fact, as well. I know that you were reading westerns, but the adventure was Crash Jones and the Drinax Barbarians was the adventure that brought to you by Chico. So people who had watched that might think some things when I say what I'm about to say. So Severance lived on the planet's surface, which is a terrible place. Irradiated, awful, Did you meet Severance up above or down below?
I think would have had to go to the surface.
Interesting. Fascinating. So you said
Yeah.
at 11, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. That's like a vibe check, right?
Hmm?
Yeah. So that's the thing. The surface of Drinax. Drinax has been bombed, right? Irradiated. Like everything is destroyed. It's a place that is dead. You've got the skeletons of buildings, you know, sort of metal rising up out of the earth, plants and trees barely growing. It's not really a place you can get agriculture. Little things try here and there, but it's mostly dead, harsh. Think little bits of scrub here or there growing back. But there was something there on that planet.
Hmm.
A feeling like a pull, psionically. Like you never could locate it. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
It was everywhere and nowhere. There was like a sense of like like a psionic beacon, you know,
Hmm.
that would come and go. Like it was never consistent, but there were moments when you were on the surface where you could like feel like a psionic pull, as if there was some power or something like a magnetic pull, but you couldn't locate where that pull was.
Okay.
But it felt big. And then the radiation would shift and then you couldn't feel it anymore.
Mhm.
But there was something interesting about Drinax as a planet. You know? Somewhere in there.
Okay. Which, as a slight recap for people, there was something like that
What?
on Marduk as well.
That's weird.
How weird is that? Which also want to point out that even though teleporting others is not something that often happens, as in ever, the Harlock did manage to teleport with a large non-caracal or lion.
So that, but like you took a person there with you, right?
Mhm.
Now, I will note, it didn't feel to you like it was sort of similar to Marduk, right? When you, in the sense that it was a little different. Marduk felt a bit more like radiation, maybe, or perhaps that large creature, right? That psionic kraken, perhaps. You don't like, but like something somewhere was generating some kind of psionic something. Now, you didn't feel it when you were at the Star Town. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like everywhere, but somewhere in this sort of abandoned place, you'd felt it. And when you'd gone down to Drinax, I'm very interested to know why you were sent to Drinax in the first place, or around there. Sometimes that pull would be there. Nobody else seemed to notice it. And maybe you hadn't cracked that puzzle.
Okay.
And you never found the lab here. I will remind you that the Baron's wife was upset that he stole an important gem, like a familial gem, that, as it turns out, he, the original Baron probably, had turned into the rims of the glasses that he wears. Right? And this is that sort of, there is that gem, right? That crest, that noble crest that Tarika found that was of this green gem that sort of pulsed and was warm to the touch. Seemed to you like some sort of psionic focus of some sort, is what it seemed to you. So you are here. And you're close.
In the on the land, the grounds. Okay.
Well, I just said you were close.
But what am I close to?
It's an interesting question.
Okay. So during all this, when Harlock decided to leave the water garden and kind of travel a bit further into the house, so initially during the party, the gala, as it were, had to lie a little more low, be a little more subtle. Now that there's really not anyone there, there's a little more freedom to kind of go back in, maybe give things a more thorough look. I would imagine, because of the wonderful and close relationship that the Baron and his wife had, I would imagine the Baron probably had his own kind of section of the mansion that's like the Baron's area. And that's where he probably got relegated to go whenever she didn't want to deal with him. So gonna head over to that area. I would imagine there's probably a study, a library, a guest bedroom, which is kind of like the Baron doghouse. So I would imagine those are all probably pretty close to each other. So they're gonna go just give a little more thorough of a look. See what all's happening over there.
Interesting. Well, what you say is true. And you make your way, I think it was to the second floor. He does have a study. You were there once before.
I would imagine. Again, given how much the Baron's wife absolutely just loves and adores him, I would imagine that is a place that if she did not specifically tell the staff to neglect, would not have gone out of her way to say, hey, make sure to have nice upkeep in these areas.
Well, when I say that you were there before because as you sort of step into the study, you see the mirror on the wall, the large, large mirror, the huge desk. You see the library, the walls of books. You see exactly where the Baron stabbed Severence 6 times. This study was the place. Severance went into the study. You had gone down the hallway to the left. Because he has the whole wing, right? He was going to go look there. You were going to look down this way. And you'd gone down that way when you heard
a little commotion.
Ruckus. Yeah. And you'd run back in, and you came in just as you did come in on the Gambler, right onto Severance's quarters. And when you came in and round the corner into the study, that's when you saw the murder happen. And you step back into the study where the murder happened. It's clean. It's odd in that it's empty. I mean, the furniture's here, but all the books are gone. They're boxes. They're boxes, right? They seem to be all packed up, and there's a layer of dust here. It's been a while, and it seems as if she's packed up somehow. Except the things have not left the room, you know? Like things have been
Mm-hmm.
packed up, but they've not been taken away.
Because she'll get to it eventually.
Eventually. Right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this place is, it's this massive, the mirror is like 7 foot tall, gilt frame up against the wall, and it's
Starting on the floor, or
yeah, starting on the floor. It's like a big floor.
mm-hmm.
And if you were sitting on his desk, like at his desk behind massive dark wood desk, if you were sitting behind the desk, you could look at yourself in this mirror.
Of course you could.
Yes, of course you can. It's on the other end, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you were sitting,
I'm
like,
surprised there's not
see
more mirrors
yourself.
set up so you could see all angles of yourself, really.
No, just this one huge, massive mirror.
Oh.
And it's against the other opposite wall of the study, and you've got a series of like it's flanked by bookshelves right around, and there's like a this one particular place is like an enclosed room. It's you cannot, the only way to get into the room is from this doorway. It doesn't have a window,
Okay.
although there is a external wall. And it's not connected. Like he would have to go from his guest bedroom into this study. Like there's not, you know how like in a lot of times with suites they're like connecting doors. This one doesn't have any. And it's got like a lock on the inside, so if he were in here, he could lock the door. There's of course a small bar with Drinax in. Well, not Drinax. He's got like sort of good imperial liqueur. Everything
Still
is
there?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, no, Harlock would initially come in, look around, note the boxes, note the amount of time it seems like the boxes have been there. The empty shelves, desk, mirror in a weird spot across from the desk, bar, bottles, walking over, opens bottle, kind of, and would actually like, and would now just be carrying this around. So by the setup of all of this, a question emerges.
Yes.
Would, during the time of this happening, Harlock having gone to the other room, would Harlock have noticed if the actual Baron would have entered through the doorway? Like passed by and entered through there?
That's a very strange question, isn't it?
Isn't it, though?
It is, because you and Severence walked toward, there was the doorway to go into the study. He opened the door and went in. There was no one in there. You went down the hallway to go down to like the guest bedroom and some of the other rooms, because he's got an entire wing.
Yeah, but there wasn't like any other places to come in or out between the study and the guest room where Harlock went.
That is correct.
Because if other Baron would have walked past the room that Harlock was in, would have noticed that. So
yes, that is also correct.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes. Could have been that maybe he'd snuck in from the other direction, perhaps. But it wasn't that long.
Could have been hiding under the desk, but can't imagine the Baron being crouched on the ground for any reason. So.
No, and I remember when after that murder, y'all had to leave real quick. Like you didn't get to
really check
stay.
Around, hang out, look things over. It seems like an excellent time. An excellent time to use a Claire. And for this one would be I believe Claire, it's not clairvoyance. It's, let's see if I can pull up.
I love my players. I'm just gonna note it. That's all. Just noting it.
because there are a few of the others.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the one. Okay.
That's what I wanted.
Hang on, I've got the book pulled up here.
I'm ready for you.
So we're gonna go with essentially to streamline a bit. It would be the same one that she'd used on the Marduk surface to see if there were any buildings nearby.
Yes.
But what essentially
Yeah.
would be looking for is any probably like perhaps in the walls or underneath, but directly surrounding any hollow openings. So if there's space under the floor that she's immediately standing on, or immediately behind any wall, seeing if there's any gaps, hollow spaces there.
Roll it.
All right, so let's see how this goes. Oh no. That was a 4, which isn't. I mean, it's not the hardest thing to try and find, but that's not
Also,
great.
please spend your psionic points for that.
Yeah. And
You know what
that's
that is?
that's a fairly simple one. So with that GPT, I don't have the PDF hasn't
It's the
loaded
the
yet.
core.
So yeah, is it that's a 1 or 2 cost?
It's like 1 or 2. I
Yeah.
can pull that up for you, but that is like a 1 or a 2. That is not a huge
I have the
amount.
I have the core book pulled up, but it's taking a minute to load because psionics are a little bit further down.
This is an extraordinary fail.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes. So you know what that means.
What a bummer. Doesn't even sense the room I'm standing.
No. That wouldn't be extraordinary.
What have I done? What have I done to myself?
Yes. So I would like you to make
Oh,
a
jeez. Here it comes.
roll.
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to make a roll at this point in time. And I'm going to need it to be, let's see.
I like what Valtio says. Slipped on a psionic banana peel.
Oh, psionic banana peel, not nearly as exciting. I'm going to need you to make a... Ooh. It's going to have to be will. Let's see. Let me look at your skills to get the very best one for this. I'm going to need... Ooh, this is going to be a little bit tricky for what this one is. Yeah, this is a little tricky. Could you give me... This is actually not an easy one to call. I'm going to need from you... Ooh... Can you give me intellect?
Okay.
Yes, please. I'm going to need an intellect roll from you.
This is why I like rolling with actual.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
Is it good?
Yes.
Such a
I mean, not
subjective word.
not for you. You reach your mind out.
Mm-hmm.
This is routine, right? You're
One would think.
Yes, you're just sending your mind out, opening up yourself psionically, to send your senses out, to sort of check all the edges of the walls, the sides, what might be inside or outside. You know, it's not that hard for you to just open up your consciousness. to let yourself see in a wider space. And as you do, moving outward, and of course, this is something you've done many a time, and so of course you do. And as you move yourself outwards, you can sense the length of this place, the width of this place, all of the edges of the walls. You're able to sense over there, there's a groundskeeper very far away. The sense of a carriage, right? You're sort of expanding your vision farther and farther. And it keeps going and it keeps going. I need to know, if you don't mind, when you were 12 years old, you were walking down a hallway in your estate. Where were you going?
Probably they had a music room. And so going there, at this point, wouldn't remember the exact specific, but might have had a tutoring happening down there or something along those lines.
Which direction did you have to go to get into the music room?
Would have had to go, if the hallway is, if you're walking down it this way, it would have been on the right. And there then would have been like a couple more rooms before the bigger room at the end.
What was the door like?
Pretty ornate, I would say. A really nice, not like it would be considered an unusual colored wood because a lot of it was sourced from kind of the jungle plants of that particular planet. So much more of almost like a purplish sort of color. But has, nice wooden doors, how they have the designs like kind of carved in and such like that. Various things like that.
When you walked in, were you going for a music lesson? Is that right?
Probably.
But your music teacher was not there. Who was your main, of your parents, or whatever noble relative it was, who was the one that trained you?
Psionic-wise, or
you got all that training in schools. The Zudani send you off to schools and academies, of course, but the relative that you have that would train you.
So
who was that?
The one that would train in psionics would have been kind of an older aunt. Like older than the parents' age. And there was a pretty decent age gap between that aunt and parents. And then the music teacher would have been hired.
Your aunt is in the room. And she's leaning up against a stool, a tall stool. She's not sitting on it, she's leaning on it, though. And she sees you walk in.
And then young Harlock walking in would be, oh, sorry. And turns start to walk out.
No, sit. She waves her hand, and the door shuts behind you.
And
sit.
I assume there's another chair nearby. The Harlock would sit.
What have you been up to?
Studying.
Have you?
I'm always studying.
Are you? Are you studying properly?
Well, I'm studying in, the way that you told me to.
Are you always prepared for everything?
Yes.
Is that true?
Well, yes. I thought that I had a music lesson right now, is all.
Yes, you were supposed to have a music lesson, but I've cancelled it.
Well, what's that?
Harlock, we need to discuss your heritage, your potential.
You mean like just the family line, or or just like about mom and dad, or what do you?
I have been watching you.
I think we have a stream. The stream has
Oh.
stopped.
There is a... I am not stopped, but there is a... What do you call it?
Auntie, no!
Auntie, no!
What have you done?
Strange. What have we done? Hold on. Something is odd. Which is... What is being odd here? Give me a moment. Hello, Twitch. How are you? Yes. Something is... Something has gotten weird. But I think... Are we back? Are we good?
Oh,
Yes.
appears to be.
Appears to be.
We're
Let me
back.
just pull this up. It looks like we're back, because I need this to happen before we do this.
The people have spoken.
The people have spoken. I don't know what that was, but I'm just pulling up a check. Oh, interesting. Heritage. Thank you. She
Looks
looks
like
at you.
whilst it's back, just as a heads up, looks like whilst it's back, it is a little stuttery.
Yes, I see that, and I am taking a thing, right? I'm looking at a thing. It's a little stuttery, but I think it'll pick itself up in a moment. Right here. I think something I've got to hang. I've got to hang.
It is mentioned in chat. Auntie reached through the fourth wall, and we were not prepared.
No, you might also not be prepared. So hit that.
I'm not.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it before we get there. So let me get right here. A little stuttery. I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna go to break.
Dun, dun, dun.
She says, stutter, stutter, I don't think you are prepared. And she spins quickly, and you see a blade coming at you, like a dagger, just flying right towards your face. And that is where we're going to take our break. Also, I'm going to try to find out what's going on. Dagger towards the face of a 12-year-old Harlock.
Does 12-year-old Harlock survive? Stay tuned.
We'll find out. We'll find out. I'm going to take us to break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone. 10 minutes to find out whether or not 12-year-old Harlock gets stabbed in the face by her aunt.
Difficult times.
Difficult times. Oh, and actually, that's what that is. Give me a second. Give me a second. I got to do this the long way.
Oh no, Volpe says frames dropping like Trooper Horizon.
Hello, everyone. We are back. We're back, as far as I know. We have got the backness. Hey, how you doing, Rocket?
We're backing it up. Is what I am to understand.
Oh, good. I actually think that Stream Deck crashed and it caused my computer to stop doing what it wanted to do. That's what I think happened. But we're back. And if I remember correctly, when last we left off, there was something like this happening. Hold on. Yes.
That seems about right.
Yes, it does. But what about this part? No, that's creepy. I like it, but how about this? Will this be even better? We'll see. That's good, but we're going to go back to aggressor.
Yeah,
we're going to go back to aggressor. I feel like that's where we need to be. Yes, knives are being thrown at children when last we left off. Knives are being thrown at children, as well they should be.
Especially psionic children with brain powers.
Yes, psionic children with brain powers. So, would you mind, for me, rolling initiative?
Sure.
Yes, please.
All right. I haven't had to roll initiative in a minute. Hang on. Oh, there. Wait. Yes. No. Yes. Here we are. 8.
Let me roll. I'm going to please note, I get a +6 because I've surprised you, although it only counts for this round, for the first round only, which means I'm probably going to go first, which is throwing a dagger at your face.
So you basically don't even really have to roll anything to possibly be. Got it.
I do need to roll just in case. So let me hit this.
Anyone could colossally fail.
Plus, 16. Your aunt is going first.
I see that.
She throws a dagger at your face, is what she does. Let me roll that, if you don't mind. Just gonna roll it. Now, I'm going to ask you a question.
I'm gonna give an answer. Maybe.
The answer, the question is
first.
So it's a face knife. I turned up the background music for the folks, but it is a little bit too loud for me, so I need to turn down the background music for me. Give me one moment.
I was gonna say I might do that because I have mine boosted all the way up too on my thing. So there we go.
Yes, I just need it for them. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we're in combat, sort of,
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
In your combat turn, you can take one significant action, a minor action, a free action, and you can do reactions. Or you can trade that significant action for 2 more minor actions. But she is aiming and throwing a dagger at you, is what she's doing. I'm going to ask if you would like to, dodge.
Yes.
If you do,
unless I don't.
For every time you take a reaction, you get a -1 on your next action.
Oh, jeez.
Just gonna note it.
You know what? I haven't used any weapons, so I'll do it. I can just add that one back next time.
Okay. So let me roll this for her. This will be 2d6 as you normally do for your aunt. Also, I need her name because that's important. And she's got a +3, but she gets another +1 because she aimed. That's a 12, and you're taking off. You went and you dodged, yes?
Hopefully.
What is your highest dice modifier, either Dex or athletics?
It is athletics. Let me take a peek here. I don't think I have athletics. So that would have to be Dex.
Of
a modifier 1.
1.
Yes.
Okay, so that takes her down to an 11. How does that make you feel?
Not great, but here we are.
So that is going to hit you, right?
In the face.
In the face. But let's talk about how this goes, shall we? Can I get a psionics roll?
Mm-hmm.
Base
Absolutely
psionics.
can. Base.
If you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please. Nothing special, just your base psionic strength. Guess what I need?
It's an 8.
We rolled an 8 plus 3, right? Is going to be
Yes.
an 11.
Yes.
The dagger flies out towards your face.
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to tell me how you stop it from hitting you right before it does.
I think what would happen is, because the Harlock is surprised by this turn of events, I think what would happen, based on everything we've discussed here on this fine night, it comes toward her, and I would imagine as the aunt Glenda has, spun and done it, there was like a floor. That's not really a cape, but she has a lot of flowing. It's like an aunt that wears a lot of flowing stuff. So you see like a lot of fabric move around, and then all of a sudden it's like a snake coming out from under there. And the Harlock, being very, very surprised, as it would just very briefly and immediately kind of like teleport out and then right back in a way that was not even intentional. It was more of like just a reaction to a knife coming right at her face. But it was quick enough that it went right through and she was right back. Like, it wasn't like having gone anywhere specifically.
What do you do? It's your turn.
So
you're a 12-year-old girl who just
yes.
for your lessons, music lessons. Your aunt is there, and she is, threatening to murder you.
Yeah, like happens so often. However, Harlock, even though she is but 12, has been in training for a while. Like, at this point, especially since she started off a little bit earlier and things like this, so she would not be unarmed. She wouldn't have it just out anywhere. But she comes by her love of slug guns, honestly, and has been working with them for long, which is why she got herself a really nice quality one older. So she would have, and if the aunt is wearing a real flowy situation, she's got like the page version of a flowy situation, where it'd be like slacks, a kind of flowy-ish vest, but like underneath it'd be one of those like under the armpit kind of deals. Would grab that and then just go. I mean, she assumes her aunt will be able to get out of the way if she's planning on it, so she goes to shoot her.
I assume you're going to take aim first.
Yes.
Because that's a minor action, right?
Yeah. I don't think there's too much she's gonna do beyond that. So.
And it's gonna offset the penalty you had for reacting.
I'm also gonna use some luck on that too. So.
Oh, please do. I will note that your aunt is not going to dodge, so you will not have a penalty from her dodging. So please roll. That will be 2d6. Well, you're a slug thrower.
Okay.
And however much luck you want to spend.
I'm just gonna use one for now. I'm sure I'm gonna want more of that later. So put the modifier in here, and oh dang! Harlock is quite good with a gun. She's always been really good with a gun. So
that's a 6. How much luck did you put into it?
1.
3, 4. No, let's see. Is this right? Is this right? What is your slug thrower skill?
Slug thrower skill is, hang on, let me get back into the right page. It is, I have a total of 3 modifier on it.
Yes, so that's not right. Let's look at this. Let's make sure you've got your gauze pistol.
Yes.
You have not added the things you need to add, is what it is. All right, so your gauze pistol, right? Your skill total with that is a 3.
Yes. Yes.
And this is dexterity for your gauze pistol.
Yes.
Damage 3d6. Now roll that again. Because you were missing.
Oh yeah, I only put the luck in there. I didn't add the other ones.
Yeah. You're missing all the stuff. You're missing like all of your like.
Yeah, so instead of a 6, it's actually a 17. Surprise!
17, right? I'm just saying. I was like,
surprise, everybody!
I was like, that 6 does not seem right. What? Hold on a second. That doesn't seem right. A 17. That is above your. You need an 8, right? An 8 is this roll you need to make.
I do believe that is above. Yes.
That is above indeed. I would like you to roll damage. You get 3d damage, it looks like.
Well, yes. Yeah. 3d. There we are. And wait, no, do it. Boom. Wow, that is a sad situation. But that would be nice.
Is it though? Because
no, I mean, yeah, no, I don't think she wants to actually like. She's not trying to kill her. She's just reacting.
Well, how does damage work? You know, you roll. If you make an 8 or above, you hit, and then of course you roll your dice. But you get a +1 for every number you make above 8.
Yeah.
So that
So this
adds
was
another
actually
9 to this roll.
Very
That's
intentional.
That's a 17.
Well, it was nice knowing this, huh?
Also, you have armor-piercing bullets, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Do you want to talk
Well,
about that at all?
Well, just the thing is, because on this particular planet, they are one of the higher families. I mean, they took their crest off the like animal of this planet, and you can't just repeat crests. That's not a done thing. So, and her parents and her educators are aware that somebody who has a little bit of the early learner with psionics, high natural ability, might be someone who could be a target for other houses on Zodani, for non-Zodanians because they are on the edge. So I feel like they would provide her with some pretty decent means on self-defense.
And also, she
enjoys shooting is one of her. I mean, people study and then they have pastimes they do for fun. That's what she does for fun.
So that's what, 17 points of damage, you said?
Yes.
So, and you have an armor piercing of what?
That would be 3.
Okay. Center mass. So this bolt, it's a gauze rifle, right? So this bolt shoots out and hits your aunt right in the chest. And she would not, she actually has very good armor, she would have taken not as much, but now she's taking more. you can see a spurt of blood come out where you hit her. And she looks shocked, your aunt. And she sort of collapses back into the chair she's in for a moment. Like, she was kind of leaning, and now she's like actually sits in it. And she sort of touches her shoulder. She pulls out, and there's blood. And she looks at you. Well, have a seat. Have a seat.
And Harlock would now be holding the gun, kind of like almost like it's something that's real hot, you know, like really like holding it out and just being, I didn't mean it. Just happened. And Harlock sits down.
Sit.
It just happened. I didn't.
Unacceptable.
But
Unacceptable.
You threw a knife at my face.
Of course I did. You have got to learn. What is this? It's shameful.
What?
Always with pistols with you. Always with pistols.
It just happened. That's.
No. She's bleeding.
And I
she's bleeding.
think Harlock would get up and start like trying to approach, like I can get one of the, and she's gonna start trying to go to the door to like call for the servants.
No, the door won't open.
Let me call for somebody. I'm bleeding.
No, sit.
And she
You
go back
need
and
to
sit down.
learn a few things, and you can tell. Right, she ended up taking about, I would say, what is she at? Like, yeah, she had sort of like she took about like maybe, you did what, 19 points of damage to her?
17.
17. Yeah, she's got some pretty heavy armor underneath all those flowy things, but you did get through it because of your armor piercing, and like. She's bleeding. You can tell she's injured. She's not gonna die, but she is injured. She says, I need to have a discussion with you about tradition. You're never going to earn what you have. And you can see like blood sort of seeping into the robes that she's wearing. A noble, which you are, child, should be using a noble's weapon, which is a blade, not a pistol.
But blades are, they're fine. I practice.
You do not practice. I have been speaking with your music teacher. They tell me that you favor pistols and not blades, and you do not practice your blade.
I do. I just maybe not as much as I practice shooting, is all.
What are you going to do if there's a duel, and you're charged with a duel with a blade? What are you to do then?
I'm not going to get in any duels.
You are a noble. You are from our house. Certainly, they will find some excuse to challenge you.
I don't have to.
If you are challenged to a duel, it is dishonorable to say no. If they are not so if they're no one, if they're not important, you can say no. But if you are charged with a duel and you say no, it is disgrace. You're very good with that pistol.
I could always shoot them before they asked me to.
Not honorable.
And she'd be kind of muttering under her breath a little bit, like, duels are stupid tradition anyway.
You have a legacy. Something important. Something valuable. But you've not proven yourself yet worthy of it. It's disappointing, child. You'll have to stay here in this room for a few more hours. And practice. Yes?
But it's almost time for them to let the cats out. I want to go watch.
No. You'll have to stay here forever.
I don't. Fine.
You will not leave. Over there on the other side of the room, there's a small wooden chest. It's a box. It's about so big. The purple wood. Go open it.
And Harlock would go over there and do it. Has since just spun the gun back into the thing, and then brings it. She doesn't open it right away, but like kind of brings it over back into the chair.
Go on, open it.
Not gonna have blades popping out, are there? And opens it.
And there is a hilt of a blade hilt, but no blade itself. The hilt is metal. It's just the hilt, and you can see circuitry embedded within it. And it's got this beautiful, beautiful sort of like brass sort of patina, sort of like over it. And it's expensive, valuable, beautiful. It looks at once ancient, but also ultra modern, but it has no blade.
Whoa. What's this? And like would take it out and just kind of set the box back down. There's no blade on it, but this looks...
Be careful with that.
And would kind of like set it down in the lap. What is it?
Notice the hilt of it has a light green gem affixed to the bottom that is warm to the touch and glows just a little bit.
So I think Harlock would be sitting there like holding it in the lap, but also like kind of like beeping the gem.
And it reminds you of something, this gem, maybe something that you've not yet experienced because you're 12 and you've never been anywhere else yet. So you couldn't have experienced anything different. But it's like a memory of something, like maybe of the future, perhaps?
What's this on the back?
Oh, that is a gem. It's called Viridian. It's very rare.
Viridian.
Yes, it's very rare. Can be found in very few places. One or two at least. It's very few people. If you can find it, well, it's special.
Is it worth a lot?
It's priceless.
Priceless.
Yes. Now, that blade is not yours yet. You've not earned it. You have to prove yourself.
I think you may be more injured. You should let me get you some help. There is no blade on this.
Concentrate on it. Put your hand on the pommel.
And takes it and not pointing it at the aunt, but takes it and like kind of holds it like one would, and then puts her other hand kind of over it.
Point the top part away from yourself and me.
Yeah, I am. And kind of have it pointed toward the window.
Concentrate. Give a psionic point if you wish. You don't have to, but if you do.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. As you give a bit of your essence to this blade, you can feel the Viridian gemstone get warmer and warmer, and you can feel the heartbeat of the gemstone sync with your own. And then your heart and the heart of this very small fleck of gemstone beat together. And then the hilt feels warm, and the circuitry, which leads from that gemstone all the way up to where the top of the hilt sort of crackles with life. If you wish, you know that you can call forth the blade.
And she's a kid. She would, absolutely.
There is no blade to see, or there's sort of a blade to see. There's like a green sheen, but you know that what you are seeing is your own psychic will distilled and honed into a blade. And the blade is very thin, and it's lightly curved. It sort of seems like a very long tanto, or like it's somewhere in between a tanto and a katana. You know, it's got that, it's like a more like short sword length, if you know what I mean. It's not a dagger, but it's not like a full length blade. It's got a sort of an elegance to it, you know, like maybe 2 feet, perhaps, like a foot and a half. It's like kind of a length to it, and you can almost see it. And as you concentrate, it sort of manifests a bit more in your hand. Yes, it is wakizashi size is what it is, right? It's that kind of length. For you as a 12-year-old, it seems kind of big.
You're right.
Right? But it is sort of wakizashi size. And it has weight to it. It is a real and physical blade, but it is also the manifestation of your mind. Somehow, both of these things are happening all at once.
Well, how come I've never seen anything like this before?
Well, these things are, this one especially, is rare. And it's only for those who are honorable and noble and skilled. That one is mine.
Oh.
Your mother has one as well, as does your father. But they don't have the Viridian. You can get a craftsman to make one. It's normal. But this is special. And this one is now yours. Well, I won't give it to you yet, because you haven't practiced enough. But I want you to see it, and know that if you're worthy enough, you might be able to have it.
So for saying in practice, and I can have this.
Yes. I'm going to put it away in the box, though. To have it, you must know. You must know. I don't think you yet know.
And Harlock would turn it off and put it back. I'm assuming you can turn off in this much the same way. So she turned it off and put it back into the box. And then she'd actually take she'd take her pistol out and then set it on top of the box and then stand up. All right. Well, I'll practice then.
Good. There's a puzzle over there on that table. A jigsaw puzzle. You should try to solve it.
Well, okay. We'd go over and start messing around with it.
I cannot stay much longer. I have to go. I was only here briefly. I had a sense that you would be here, and so I thought I would show up. I wasn't supposed to be here. Your music teacher was. But I thought I would show up as long as I could stay. Although I cannot stay long. It takes a lot of effort to stay here when I've not been invited. You know, Listen. When this comes to you, this blade, it will wake something in you important. You have a lineage, something that only Zodani know. And I sense that you never learned it. That part of your heritage somehow was shut off from you. But you're going to need it. And you're going to need it desperately, and I suspect soon.
And I suspect, the way it's sounding, I suspect that Harlock would, and stop me if this isn't the right, but
please.
I feel like Harlock would kind of straighten up and start like looking around as if like the room suddenly looks a little unfamiliar or a little weird.
That's weird. Why would you say that? Go on.
And then Harlock would turn and look at the aunt, and then all of a sudden, like out of her mouth would come like her actual voice, as of current.
Yes.
And then she would, as she would say, "I haven't seen you in years. How are you here?"
It's a lot of effort. You're close to a source. I'm so sorry. That was a very good psychic blow.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I didn't...
No, it's all right. Listen, it takes a lot of effort to be here at all. And I wouldn't be able to do so if there weren't a source that drew you here. I'm afraid you're trapped.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
This place is a mind palace, a mind puzzle. The puzzle over there, that's your distraction. I don't know if you can call it to you when you get out of here, but you tripped the trap, I see.
Well,
and I
wasn't
heard you
expecting
call
to
out
be
to
here
me.
anyway.
No. Dear. Someone's trapped you in a maze. And you're going to have to use everything you can to get out. And when you do, I suspect you'll find, or hopefully be able to find, a power source that amplifies and draws. I was drawn to you, at least my projection was drawn to you from a great distance.
Yes. And Harlock would kind of, and I imagine camera's looking at Auntie, and then when it goes back, Harlock is actually just like the way she looked a moment ago, or when she first got there.
You were no longer 12. Yep. That is exactly correct. I would say it's a distraction.
Yes. Yes, they spoke of these in training.
Yes.
Glenda, it's good to see you again.
You know, things are happening at home. Politics are difficult.
That too is typical of the Zodani way.
Yes. Your father is ill.
Ill? How ill?
Quite. I suspect it's poison.
I see. How bad is it?
It isn't good. The problem, you see, is that it seems as if it's the Viridian, you see. Have you found a source of Viridian ore yet?
Harlock thinks back to like those feelings that that's starting to sort of materialize. I think I might have.
It might help. I suspect someone put some sort of... There are banes, you know. Herbs, things that harm those who are fully activated in their inner selves. I suspect a natural poison, but along with one of these banes is leeching him, not just his life force of those, but the life force of his inner self. I'm doing my best to keep him alive. I'm transferring as many wounds of his to me as I can, but I cannot do this forever.
Try and stay safe yourself as well.
I have left as much of myself as I can with you here, but I have to keep some to keep your father, to leech his wounds into my own.
Yes. Now I will find the sources. I will find them.
If you do, the High Council will want to know its location.
Yes.
And they will take all of that you find for themselves.
Yes, well, it certainly would be the Zidani thing to do to let them know of everything I find.
Oh, I'm sure it would be. You've always been very loyal to the High Command, haven't you?
And Harlock thinks back. Oh, yes, while you're still here, Uncle, we've made a finding.
Yes? And she starts to get fuzzy at the edges.
They've been developing, I think it may be part of the Imperium, but they've been developing a psionic drug. It amplifies like nothing I've ever seen before. It's dangerous.
What do you mean? How much? More so than normal psionic drugs?
I couldn't even enter the room with it.
No, that's not good.
It's very powerful.
That sounds like it might cause some sort of feedback, a distortion that could... No, that's not good at all.
No, we're trying to keep it out of anyone's hands at the moment, but if they've come this far, there will be more.
If you find a source, they will send... I can't... No, I'm sorry. Listen to me. And she starts to fade. You are to stay here forever. That's what they want. Whoever did this, he's made amplifiers, and he will keep you here forever distracted. I call out when you can. And if it is strong enough, it will come.
Well, unfortunately for him, forever I don't have that kind of time.
No. Listen, if you can leave this room, this chamber, call out when you find whatever it is that allowed me to come this close to you. I will be paying attention for as long as I can.
Yes, of course. I'll see to it right away, and kind of looks back over toward the puzzle.
You have earned it. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
And when you look back, she's gone.
And now you imagine the room. Would it look kind of the same, or would it look more back to the study, but like it's blocked
It
off
doesn't
somehow.
look like the study. It starts to
Okay.
fade. It doesn't seem to be your home anymore, but it seems more like a prison cell, like a room with no doors, right? Like concrete or metal, like that kind of polished stone that might be metal. There's like an unsureness about it, and what was a door is no door. All you have is a table with a big jigsaw puzzle. Thousands of pieces, all
Ugh.
scattered on this puzzle.
Goes over and kind of like circles a little bit around the table.
The blade is gone. It's not with you. But the crest of your family was on it.
I imagine that her actual gun is sitting where the box would have been, so
Yes.
bends down, picks it up, and puts
Yeah.
it back on.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird because as a 12-year-old, you did not have a gauze pistol.
Right.
You did.
But it seemed to make sense in that moment, you know?
Yes, it did.
I hate puzzles. And kind of like moves her hands through, almost as if it were water or something, like kind of moving around through all the pieces.
Yeah.
I think, and I do have my psionic powers up now.
Yes, you do.
How about let's go for.
Before you do,
Yes.
would you like to make a science
Yes.
psionicist's roll?
Yes. Psychology. Yeah. Now I'm seeing where the modifiers are added in. That's why all my
Right?
rolls have been so poor.
They were poor because and I had to go in there. I was like, let me fix your character sheet because that was not working.
Dun dun dun. All right. That's 14.
A 14. So let's talk about this. This is, you know how you can make a check just like a supporting check, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was a difficult check, which was a 10, which means you made it by 4. Which means on your next roll, you will get a +2 when you're going to actually try to do a thing. You are about to access your psionic powers. When before you do, you stop. This is a psionic trap that you're in. You are not physically here.
That's a fair point.
But how did you get here? When you reached out with your psychic powers, and you are a very powerful psionicist, you reached out to try to find a way through a door, a hidden door, a secret door, right?
Oh, man. It's like a mental goo I got sucked into.
Yes.
What a bummer.
Yes. That was clearly triggered by your psionic powers, right? Sort of like a psionic trap. That if someone were psionic and had meant to try to spy wherever this thing might be, the secret lab, that would trap them.
No,
So
Baron, you bastard.
Yes. The Baron has trapped your mind, your psychic self, into some sort of cage that was triggered when you sent yourself out into this place, which makes you think that using your psionic powers may be what would be expected of you. That may not be the way out of your goo. It pmight be. But that may not be the best way out, is what your psionicology tells you.
All right, I think I know what I'm going to do. So, Harlock's flipping around through the puzzle pieces, and then stops, and hasn't totally put the gun away yet. So what she's going to do is she takes it and then like points it at her shoulder and pulls the trigger.
Interesting. Okay. So, before you do that, this is my job as a GM, right? I'm going to say it. I feel like it's not going to change your choice, but I do need to say it. The puzzle pieces are very exciting looking. There are thousands of them. You could put the pieces together. They're very psychic. They're very psychic pieces.
I will say, when you first were like, oh, rolling for Scientology, roll well, and then all of a sudden I imagine just each puzzle piece suddenly has a face. Put us together.
Yes.
And then the Harlock is like.
Mm-hmm. And like you can feel that these puzzle pieces, this would be the way out. All you have to do is solve the puzzle. Just sit down at the chair and put the pieces together. Yes, there are thousands of them, but if you could just put them together, it might take time, but then you could get out. You just sit here on the chair and put these little pieces, and the little pieces are telling you, just put them together.
This would be a very successful trap for Rocket because I love puzzles. Jigsaw puzzles are my jam. However, the Harlock does not like jigsaw puzzles. But she does like shooting things. So she goes ahead and she'll shoot herself in the shoulder.
Okay, so here's the thing. Yes.
Australis, one of us. One of us. She suddenly sees herself as a puzzle piece.
And you do this, right? I would like you, if you don't mind, to shoot your slug thrower.
Yes.
Please do.
Where is my thing? Here it is.
It's your gauze. Yeah, your gauze rifle.
Pacha! 11.
11. You have a +2 to this roll, right?
13.
But I'm going to tell you something special about this +2. Because it's a special +2, isn't it? You only need an 8 to hit yourself. That's all you need. It's just an 8. You are wearing armor, are you not?
Yes. She has in subdermal armor. So she's always wearing armor. It is I have it here somewhere. It is protection of 1.
Your subdermal armor gives you. Is that true?
Remind me, TL. What is
a tech level?
Oh, tech level. This here
protection of 1.
Protection of 1. Yeah.
Could you, if you don't mind, roll your damage? It's 3d6.
Oh, I'd love to. Why I would love to roll my damage.
Please do.
9.
You are wearing your cloth armor, correct?
Yes, that is protection of 8.
So right now, you have a total of 9 armor, and that's 9 damage. Base.
Yes.
Which will not get through your armor.
Yes.
However, you rolled
+2
above. You rolled 3 above the 8, which would do extra 3 damage. But you have that special +2, which you can use, if you like, to add to your roll, meaning 5 damage to yourself, or subtract from your roll, meaning only 1 damage to yourself.
This +2 is the best thing I've ever seen. We're going to go with only 1 damage to myself.
So this is about your ability to understand what this trap is and use your psionic self to mitigate the damage to do just enough. Please take 1 endurance damage.
I would love to.
Just 1. I have to turn off our music now, actually, because,
that's puzzle music.
You're no longer in that place.
I imagine as it all fades away, the table with all the puzzle pieces. No.
Yes, and they wanted you to sit there and work with them. Forever.
Headcanon, I imagine those are all the other people who fell into the puzzle trap. That no, help us!
Yeah, he killed a lot of people, and he also did a lot of weird experiments, right? And
I hate puzzles.
You find yourself on the ground in the study by the mirror. You are right by the mirror, and your gauze pistol has been wedged right underneath your armor. And you're bleeding just like your aunt was bleeding. Just a little, and in this exact same spot. Recon?
Yes. Although, here's what I'm curious about.
Please.
Hang on. So
you were not there before, but you are now, right? Like you were close to the desk.
mirror. Yeah. I'm kind of curious if I could. Is it possible to...
You tell me. The answer is probably.
So what I'm wanting to actually...
Yes.
I know that reaching out put us in a bit of a situation.
It did, because there was a trap.
There was a trap. However, thinking back on what our new bestie, Aunt Glenda, had said, like getting out of there and then calling to the...
When you found the source, she said.
Yeah. On finding it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I guess my curiosity was like the Viridian at the end, like using it, there was a heartbeat of it, something that almost like a sort of sentience with it a little bit.
Yes. Yes.
So correct. I was wondering, and maybe I would do a psionic Scientology role for this, but if instead of doing a Claire that reaches out and like actually extends myself into space, like trying to connect with a sentience, or like calling out to, because it seems like there is some sort of like sentience to the stone, not in the traditional way, but so reaching out to see like, hey friend, anyone out there? And I have
very interesting.
I do have life detection. I also have so the ones I was looking at is life detection. Because I'm wanting to do things that don't extend me too far. But also we also have where to go? Clairsentience, which is not spatial, but specifically looking for sentience.
Both of those are very interesting. Which one would you like?
Let's go with, I think I'm actually going to try for...
Clairsentience sends your mind out, right? It allows you to sort of see at a distance.
I think I'm going to go for life detection, because that seems a little more contained. So we're going to go with that, and that falls under telepathy.
Yes, it does. It's an easy check. That's a 4+. It does cost 1 psi point.
Okay. And I do have
this is a
modifier on this one too.
Yes, and I'm going to note though, you may need to succeed very well.
Okay. Maybe I'll put a luck in there too, just to be on the safe side.
And you'll get all your points back.
Luckily, for all our friends out there, telepathy is my highest my highest ability. So we're gonna go. That will bring me down 3, so still up 2. Okay, here we go. It's gonna go well. We got a 24. Did that succeed enough?
So,
I think very hard is 12, isn't it?
yes. Yes. Impossible is
Really
beating it by
wants this
16.
really wants this to happen.
I'm going to tell you something.
I'm ready.
If you beat your check, right, like a 16 is an impossible task.
Mm-hmm.
You do something that makes no sense if you were, I don't know, a sociopathic war criminal, right?
But you gotta know your audience.
You know, somebody who doesn't respect life probably doesn't think about life very much.
Yeah, seems about right.
Do you know what I mean? This is not a trap the original Baron would have been able to anticipate and trap. This is not a thing that people do. Also, it doesn't make sense because we're not talking about something that is alive.
Right. And like a Baron doesn't even see people as alive, much less other things.
Yes. Now I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to need just the right music for this because this is something
Yay.
epic and important and strange. No, I think what I need is this, perhaps? Let me see. No, I know exactly what I need. I need this. Yes.
B Bowie, B Bowie, B Bowie. No.
You see, you reach out and you search for life. And this will last for some time, right? You've got this for roll 1d6.
A hot minute. 5.
This will last for 50 seconds. You have only about a minute, and you reach out your mind, looking for life. It is much easier to detect sentient life. Shielded life you cannot detect. Things that are not alive you cannot detect. Right? And it says things that are alive but not sentient are very difficult to detect because they're not. This is about minds, thinking, living minds. So, with your eyes closed, you feel and you sense so strongly the groundskeeper. The groundskeeper is... 700 meters away.
In Harlock's
about
mind, get
1,000.
out of the way.
So strong. There's someone else, a maid perhaps, maybe, on the 3rd floor in the other wing. Yes, very strong. You can feel that. You can feel another 2 mines, maybe security. They seem to be walking. They're like 2,000 meters away. You sense birds, a flock of birds there. You sense dogs there. There's so much life. There's so much life. It could be overwhelming, you know? You can't, there's nothing to find. Wait. There's something. Very faint. It's a heartbeat, which doesn't make sense in some ways. It is so soft, and it is ancient. It's like a small trickle of water. What you do when you detect life is you know how many minds there are, what kinds of minds there are. Well, that's a human, right? That's an animal, that's right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know you can distinguish all of these things. And if you know someone, you'll recognize them. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can recognize a mind that you already know. And as you concentrate with a success that is something that only the most skilled, powerful, experienced, this is the kind of success that is going to have a long-reaching impact. And you feel something. More than one thing, actually. There is a life that is not human or Aslan or any kind of life that you have ever sensed before. And there is... it's not an animal. It's... you don't know what it is. It seems like lines, squares, hexagons, shapes, something. But it's very faint. And then you sense another mind, a mind, sentient mind, and it's someone that you know. Sort of, maybe. I think it's Severence. Severence maybe is here. On the other side of the mirror.
And Harlock would walk up to the mirror and kind of stand right in front of it and look through it. Maybe put a hand up on there to just be like...
Time out. Season finale. Severance walked up to the mirror and put his hand on the mirror. When Severance saw you. And you see Severance in his quarters at the Gambler, looking at you. And you put your hand up against his hand. And he looks confused and a little scared. And you can see the door open, and you see Terrica and Val walk in, and then the mirror goes black, and it's just you. Except...
I didn't get that.
You still feel the life force of maybe Severance. And now, do you remember when you first got teleported, there was that thin cord that hit you? And then that big thick cord that hit you from somewhere else. At this moment, you are sensing the life of Severance fleeting and distant, far away. You lost it, but there's another life of Severance that's on the other side of this mirror. There was a glitch where you felt Severance's life both here and very, very distant. And at the moment, you only feel Severance's life here, but not distant. On the other side of the mirror.
Hmm.
And the other life. And it's dying.
I think
it's weak.
Harlock would start investigating the mirror. What is this mirror made out of? Yeah, I think just is Yeah, is there a? I guess it might be recon or something. Just trying to see,
Mhm.
like,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps the mirror is comprised of
Yeah.
something.
That would be a recon. That
Uh,
would indeed be a recon. Absolutely.
all right. So
Roll your recon.
that will be a
A
13.
13. So this was not an average check, right? This was a difficult check, but you make it. You are studying this mirror to see, like, what is it made out of? Checking it, right? Up top, the top of the frame, there's a switch.
Flip it.
You can't see it because it's in the back of this like
Mhm.
sort of super ornate frame, but there is a switch.
We're gonna flip the switch.
No?
A couple times.
Interesting. No? You do flip it, but clearly that's not enough to just flip the switch. Because if it were just the switch, anybody could flip it and go through.
Right. Have to put. Yeah. What would it be? Just like. Well, I imagine probably the same thing like that she had done with the
Yes.
the sword hilt. Just kind of
Yes.
taken,
Yep.
put both hands on
Yep.
the dark parts of the glass and start like pouring energy into. And I imagine it'd be like that memory, but also kind of like
Yeah.
when she teleported with that animal, like how kind of like reaching out and like
Yeah.
like the meshing of the energies.
Yes. Absolutely. That's exactly correct. And please give. Tell me, how many psionic points would you like to give?
I get a choice.
Yes.
Let's put in 2. We'll put in
You
2.
give of yourself. You do not send your consciousness out. You funnel power into this mirror. And as you place your hands on this mirror, and you are powerful, and you send yourself, your very psionic essence, into this mirror, it becomes warm, and you can feel warmth to this glass, and it reverberates lightly, and it feels activated. The switch is yours.
Oh, geez. He made a mirror out of it. Okay, dang,
Do you flip the switch now?
Yes.
Now that it has been imbued with psionic power, when you flip the switch, you feel resistance. And as you flip that switch, all of that energy that you gave sort of moves, and you can hear it activating a mechanism. And the mirror pops open. It's on hinges of some sort. It's some kind of a mechanism, a circuitry. And you've seen sort of psionic reactive circuits before, back in Zidani space. But this one, clearly the circuitry's been hidden behind this mirror. And in order to activate it, in order to open up this sort of secret door, you need to be able to have psionic powers in order to do so. No one else would be able to get through this door unless they had psionic powers and knew how to use them. And you can slide open this door.
Well, gonna open it and carefully go through ...
As you open it, the back of this mirror has a lattice work of circuits, right? That sort of are now lightly glowing with your own essence. And before you is a stairwell, narrow. And it's, you can see that there's a gap of maybe a couple of feet or like a meter or so between the end of this room and the beginning of the next room, right? There's like a small sort of space with stairs going downward. You're on the second floor. The stairs go down. Dark.
That seems so suspicious. Let's... So, before actually going down, gonna go over probably to the nearest box. I'm assuming there's a bunch around.
Yeah.
Gonna pop one open, grab a book, and toss it into the hallway. Abyss.
Hallway, sure. A hallway.
Just gonna chuck a book in there.
Yeah. The book tumbles down the stairwell, down to the... You can hear it hit probably what would be the first floor.
Are the stairs too dark to have watched the book go down there?
You watch it go down, but like by the time you get to the bottom, you can't see anymore. You just get the little light coming in, so you can see, like, maybe a couple of stairs down, sort of illuminating down. But then it's all... There's no light down here in this particular stairwell.
Okay, but it seemed to go down the stairs and didn't just like drop out into
correct.
nothingness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that seems good. Yeah, let's carefully start down the stairs.
As you go down, I'm still keeping the sad music for reasons. As you go down the staircase, there's no banister, no handhold. You could have your hand against the wall, the sort of stone wall on the side, as a guide. And you go down, and when you get to the bottom, the stairwell turns and goes down one more flight down to what would be the basement level.
And is the book here? Did it continue further down? Oh, okay.
It is. It's a book on anatomy.
Gonna take it and throw it down where the stairs have turned. Gonna throw it down that way.
Hits an end somewhere.
Since we're out of the first room, I am going to...
You just see barely the light up there up top.
I am going to... Can I do like a recon while I'm here?
Absolutely.
Just check it out to see what's around. Excuse me. All right, here we go. Recon 17.
17. It's a good recon.
Very worried.
You don't hear anybody creeping up on you, but you listen carefully. You can't see anything because there's no light down here, but you hear very faintly, somewhere down there, muffled, so probably behind a door. That's a 17-year-old. 17. So you're hearing the sound of machinery, like a light hum of a machine. But since it sounds like it's coming from behind a door, so you suspect there's probably a door down there at the bottom, and behind it some sort of some sort of machinery, mechanism. It sounds like you know when you've got a pair of speakers and they're on, but nothing's playing. But if you pay attention very carefully, you can hear that kind of the hum. And if you're in the U.S., it's like at 55, right? Hertz, right? And like I think in Europe, it's just like different hertz. It's like you can hear that hum of electronics, right?
Oh, I
So
know
you're not
that.
hearing like machinery of like an assembly line, but like the hum of electronics, faint and muffled.
All right. We'll continue down the stairs then.
As you go down the stairs, when you get to the bottom, there's a door. You can tell because it's right there in front of your face. But again, but again, it's dark. There are no lights down here. People who are less brave would probably not come down here. You know?
Well, that seems like a them problem.
Perhaps.
Gonna go ahead and feel around if there's a handle or push it or turn the handle and then push it and or pull it depending on which way the hinges go.
It's locked.
Ah.
I will note, it's like a normal standard door, though. It is not like a high-tech door or really big locks. It's like the big lock was the psychic lock, right? This is just a door with a plain lock on it. You can tell because you touch the lock and you feel it. It seems like a really sort of regular kind of door that somebody would have a key and would just open it up, you know? Doesn't seem particularly, seems wooden. It doesn't seem particularly, it's not like a secure door. It's like, once you get down here, just use your key to go in, that kind of a thing, you know?
Can I shoot the lock?
Absolutely.
Let's get rid of this thing.
Without a doubt, please.
Auntie said you can't use a gun for everything.
I mean, yes.
I mean,
Please
listen. I passed her test back there with that 24. So
You
I
did.
can shoot as much as I want now. That's a 12.
Absolutely. That is a 12. And I think if you click on the gauze rifle on the combat section, it will give you the damage as well. But you don't need to worry about that, right? Because you just blow the lock off the hinges. This is not a... Pew! I will note, interesting because of your recon, when you shoot the lock off, you make noise. I mean, you just shot the door.
I imagine it was quite loud.
You would imagine it seems as if this hallway's a bit dampened acoustically. So whatever might be happening down here, it's not going to reverberate out there.
Gotcha.
So if you were, I don't know, doing stuff down here,
Muffle the screams.
for example, yeah.
Now that I imagine after the boom and the flash of light, door like kind of creaks open. Now that there's that space, is that electronics any louder, or is that still the same? It is.
Yes.
Okay. We're going in.
When you open this door, you enter into a laboratory.
Yeah.
You recall the Baroness said that she found his lab, but she said that it wasn't in the estate, but off of the estate. That must have been a lab, but it wasn't this lab.
Mm-hmm.
This is not one that she found, most likely. I mean, I imagine she probably couldn't have found this one for various reasons. And you walk
One of
into
which
this
is
place.
that she would have been way more angry, perhaps.
Yeah. And she might have some other feelings. I wonder what your feelings are when you walk into this lab. There's a green glow to this place. that's coming from a stalagmite of ore.
Ooh.
That is placed on a round metal plate in the center of the room. This ore is about a meter tall, so like about 3 feet. And it is green, and it is a gemstone, and it is sort of placed on this circular metallic pad, and the metallic pad has got like electrodes, you know, and those electrodes are attached to this rock, this gemstone, and the electrodes are sort of embedded into this sort of pad, right? This metallic pad that is clamping onto this stone. I'm going to need you to roll something in a second, but not just yet. And this stone has got the pad itself has got thick cables that are running along the floor of this laboratory. I'm gonna bury the lead if you don't mind. Those cables are running to a number of things. Mm-hmm. Along the wall, the cables go in 2 different directions. One direction goes, it's sort of like a snake, you know, like a you know that the snake box that you're gonna put all of your cables for if you're like doing a big live show, right? They all go out, and each one of them snakes out to along the wall. There are cages, and the cages are not big square cages, but kind of like, you know, those kind of rounded cages that would be like flush against the wall, like medieval style, that would be just tall enough and big enough to hold a body in it. They wouldn't be able to move around. And in those cages, there are these sort of cables attached to the cages themselves. And in the cages are bodies long dead. I mean, this mission you did was 7 years ago. So there are bodies that are probably 7 years old, of different heights. You can barely recognize who they are or what they are, but they are desiccated, mummified, as if all of the life force that was within them was drawn out of their bodies and sort of like pulled through those cables and this box, which hums into this pad to this stone. But there's another set of cables that go out the other direction. Down, and those are attached to what looks like a chair. And you cannot see what's in the chair because you're only seeing the back of the chair. The chair itself is sort of large, and it's facing a bank of, like a computer bank, or it's like a large sort of like bank, and you can see there are monitors, right? So like you can see them, like these monitors, switches. There's this chair that you can't see what's in it. It's a high-backed chair, but you can see the cables moving in and attaching to that chair. And there's like this counter, right? You can see papers and pen, some books scattered about. You can see a glass of wine sitting there as well. The rest of the lab is sort of dark. There's some machines in the corner. Looks like pods in the far corner and dark. You'd have to go over there to see what they are. You're not certain because you can't see that far. Only this glow and that sense of life that you had when you made that epic roll. You can feel it. Your sense of life has since worn off. But that little echo of it, you can feel a sense of pain and weakness sorrow. And you sense Severence. Different life form, though. And you sense Severence. A different life form, though. And you sense Severance. A different life form, though. And you sense Severence. A different life form, though. And it's stronger now. This place is shielded. There's some sort of psionic shielding in this place so that it will be hard to find from the outside psionically.
So, I think the first thing would be to approach this chair. And is it a spinny chair or?
It is a spinny chair because it has to be a spinny chair.
Would take about a hand on like kind of the upper back side and then spin it toward.
And this chair spins around slowly because there's weight in it. And as you spin this chair around, there in the chair is Baron Merrymore. He's not moving. And as you see, the cable that connected to that stone is embedded in these cuffs that he has around his wrists. And he's got a breathing mask on his face. And his eyes are open. But he's not moving or seeing. But the machinery's alive.
It does.
The cuffs have like numbers on them, like a digital display that have numbers on them.
Would I get any indication of what the numbers might mean or be indicating?
Well,
like are they
now? There are two numbers. One here says 5. It's blinking, and one here says 7. That life that you felt, by the way. Well, actually, you've expired. You'd have to roll again.
You know what? Let's do it. I am curious.
Now that you're inside the room.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to look around a little bit first before.
Please do.
This particular Severance this Baron rather, does this one look older or kind of the same age? Okay, so older in that 7 years ago he still would have been much older.
Older in that whatever drugs he'd been taking to keep himself looking younger probably have worn off a bit.
Okay.
He's looking much closer to how he's looking in his 70s.
Which, as we recall, when we crossed 7 years ago, he should have looked much older. So
yes, but he didn't. There's some.
But he
drugs out there.
didn't. Yeah, and I don't.
Yes.
Has
fluids are coming in and out of this body, by the way.
Yeah. And actual Severance in other Baron's body has not been taking drugs to stay young.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Interesting.
That is correct.
I'm getting the sense that perhaps our original was a much older clone. Possibly. Or one that was out and about for a much longer time. I'm Harlock will go over and see what's in the pods that are kind of at the far end. That aren't the side cages, but the pods that are further away.
There are 3 pods. And there are 3 severances in those pods.
At age or young or old, or how they seem.
Well, it's interesting because they are 3 different ages. One is about 2 years old. One looks to be late teens, and one looks to be the age that sort of like indeterminate 30s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is how you know your Severance and what the Baron tended to look like when you saw the Baron. This kind of I've aged enough that I look grown up and adult, but if I took a lot of drugs, I could kind of stay this age forever.
Okay.
They
And
look great.
they're clearly not dead. From what it seems.
Correct.
And I think would turn back toward the chair and just say, "You're sick." And well, also, glad our Severance isn't here to see this. So going to go over to the crystal, the large crystal, stalactite crystal.
Yeah.
And is it possible to unhook the electrodes from the crystal itself?
It is possible. Would you like to make an engineering roll before you do?
That's probably for the best.
Because you do have the engineering skill. Your specialty
I
is
do.
jump drive, so you just have to roll engineer, basic engineer, not the triple asterisks, which will give you that bonus.
Giant crystal, jump drive, practically the same thing. All right, let's here. Education. Okay, here it's gonna go well. Go. It's an 11.
That is good that you got that 11.
I hope so.
There are notes. He's got notes and schematics, and if you read those, that will give you a bonus.
Oh yes, yeah. If there's stuff, I imagine probably would take a cursory look over the papers in front of him and all about and stuff like that.
Because you needed a 12, but that will get you there. You know machinery. You know jump drives. You are a smart cookie. You know what I mean? You know technology, and you also know psionic technology. This is the same gemstone that was in the hilt of that blade. The same gemstone that's in the glasses. The same gemstone that's on that crest. This gemstone is less alive than the others.
Well, the man's been draining it for who knows how long.
Yes, the man has been draining it for who knows how long. But for what end? I will also note that it has been activated recently. You can tell that there is a recent sort of movement. It's perhaps machinery. And this is what you've sensed. This gemstone, large. I mean, who knows how much power something of this size would have had? It has very little left. It's clearly those dead bodies would have fed psionic energy into it. What you can tell from some of this machinery is that what it seems to do is draw the psionic life force out of people. That's why a lot of those bodies seem young, because as you know, as you age, you lose psionic life force. He seems to have kidnapped a lot of young people to drain their life force to sort of feed it into this gemstone.
Then I
And that
imagine he then
gemstone-
feeds himself.
Yes, but no. You would think, but it seems like that's not exactly right. Would you give me that life, that life sense roll.
Would I ever?
Mm-hmm.
Was telepathy. Here we
It is
go. Okie dokie, it's gonna go well. It's a 20.
Well then.
Telepathy is my highest skill.
But a 20's a 20. That is spectacular. That is a kind of a roll again. You see it. This is a kind of a network. A failsafe. If something happens to him, he can swap his body with one of these. This machine enables him in a moment of death to swap himself from one body to the next that's connected. Clearly something went wrong when Severence got involved. However, that doesn't mean that our Baron is dead. Also, you can tell this is this device is some kind of intense amplifier, right? It's about connecting the Baron with his clones, which are spread throughout all sorts of places.
Oh, they're like the Borg.
So that if he's in trouble, he can transport his consciousness, his psionic self, to one of his clones somewhere distant. And this machine is the hub.
Okay.
Right? So this is kind of like a psychic hub wherein if something happens to him, right, it's like this is like a massive amplifier, right? So if he were out somewhere else and something happened to him, he would die, would transfer through this body into a different, through, right? It's like the telephone, right? Nexus.
Yeah.
To a different one. You can tell. And that these other ones are basically growing for him to come, to probably be sent off somewhere when he needs to, but he has not had the chance to do that.
Yeah.
This one here doesn't actually have, it's alive. The body in the chair, it's alive, but it's devoid of consciousness.
Yeah.
Right? It seems as if what happens is that the consciousness moves through this body, which seems to be the original body, into some other one, like a relay.
Yeah.
The notes tell you that he's gotten better at making the clones indistinguishable from the self. That his last ones are perfect. You could not tell the difference between clone and not clone anymore from the last 2 or 3 that he's made. You suspect the ones in the pods are probably indistinguishable from the original, and the one that was living upstairs that was killed was probably also indistinguishable, and actually you know it is, because it does not read as a clone. Severence was early. Severence has been around for 30-something years. He's been doing this for a while, getting better and better. The notes seem to talk about a confusion sometimes between self and other, wanting to keep them at hand. But the connection allows you to bridge distances you could not do otherwise, to bring self great distances or back. You could teleport yourself, right?
Or
Into a
someone
different body or
else.
different
Into a
someone
great
else.
distance away, closer to the hub.
Yes. You think, and I would like a psionicology roll to confirm some detail, because that is correct.
15.
Yes. It seems as this was some sort of error, right? That in some way, Severance, being in a perfect copy body, probably not what the Baron had anticipated, was able to access, right, this hub in this moment of crisis by being linked, right? And in that moment of crisis, you got pulled through to this place rather than he did.
Well, that's
physically.
probably for the best.
But that means you might be able to physically bring yourself back.
Mm-hmm.
Or, if someone's paying attention, something else forward.
Okay.
Your aunt had said when you find the source to concentrate, and she might be able to find you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
This
let's
place here, though, is keeping the body alive.
Mm-hmm.
The Baron's original body is being kept alive by this machine, and it is the Baron's original body being the nexus point that allows the Baron
to link up to the other.
Yeah.
Dang, I wanted to kill it. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, he's not living a great life anyway.
But the consciousness you felt with your life force were similar to Severence in the sense. Now, the ones in the pods have a psychic eminence, but they don't seem to be alive yet. Right? I mean, like, they're alive, but they're not activated.
Sentient.
Yes. Yes. They are living psychic sentient.
They're the shell
beings.
without the ghost.
They're the shell without the ghost, but they're primed to take them. Right? Do you know what I mean? And when I said Severence, you don't sense the Baron Merrymore. The Baron Merrymore's mind is not here.
Yeah. So.
But the machine still works. But this stone is in some way alive.
Yeah.
It is
God,
in
you hate to
some
leave
way
it like that.
sentient.
Mm-hmm.
It is weak. Whatever power it had is so diminished.
Mm-hmm.
You suspect because it was feeding psychic energy into it that its original power is almost completely gone and only supplemented through ripping the life force of other beings. But the sentience of sort of this original stone is still somewhat there, but you sense it's more like maybe like a hive mind, that most likely that it sort of gets like real sentience happens when it's connected to a great deal of ore, like to a vein. And this is only like a small disconnected piece, but you can tell that it is harmed.
Well, I think I'm gonna reach out for my aunt because she said she'd be paying attention as long as she could. So probably should jump on that.
I would need a telepathy roll. I need to ask you before you roll, do you do anything with this stone in the process?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before actually doing it, Harlock would kind of circle around the stone, stepping over the snake wires and such. Be like, I'm so sorry this has happened to you. And kind of like run her hand along the side of it. And then to fix this, I'm going to need to ask your help. And then like put both hands on it and then would do the business.
You have to pay a power point to activate your what? What are you activating? What would you like to activate?
I think we're gonna go with. I believe I can't if I yes, mind link,
Okay.
which is
How
a
much-
telepathy, but
Yes, it is. How many psionic points is that?
it's a cost of 1 point, and it can reach distant, but it is also easy. So
Now, normally,
I realize
you
this is
see
a
that
great
psychic-
distance.
you normally feed that power out, right? You can feed it when you're touching this stone into the stone. Would you like to do so?
Yes. I imagine. Tell me if this is not how it would work. I imagine on our own when it's happening, kind of like sending the brain out there, but when doing this, it's more like inviting the other one in. sending in a chat request.
Yes.
Okay. Girl. 16.
So, a 36. Interesting. Rolled a 36.
Wow, that stone is really something.
I'm going to ask you a question. What do you do when you realize you're on the ground and you can feel the cold of the stone floor beneath you? You're laying down. Your eyes are closed. You can still hear the hum of the machinery. You are on the ground. You are waking up.
Probably would start to slowly like move everything a little bit, make sure everything's functional, and then not get up just yet, but kind of open the eyes and try and like look around and make sure don't need to be playing dead for any reason.
It's still as it was before. The stone itself is just a little weaker, though.
And then at that point would get up.
You have in your lap the box.
Oh. Wood.
The purple wood.
Would kind of sit up and then have hands on both sides of the box. Thank you, Aunt. And then open it and take I imagine the hilt's in there.
It is.
Would open it and take the hilt out and wonder.
There's something else.
Go
Tangled
on.
around your feet.
It's a snake.
No, it's a
Severance, no, get out of here. Oh,
It's a satchel. You recognize it. You haven't seen it in a while. The last time you saw it, you were on a shuttle over Marduk.
what the?
Severence's satchel. The one that teleported out of the ship.
Yes. Okay. Harlock is gonna go through it.
There's a lot of drugs in there, actually. There's a lot of drugs in that satchel.
Yeah. I think Harlock would be like,
Yeah.
well, go figure. And then, is it pretty much just drugs? Is there anything else interesting in there?
It's mostly his equipment. He's got a bunch of equipment in there. And you can see that it's been warped a little bit. And you think you might have recalled a bit of that satchel back up there. So it's kind of like a weird sort of morph of it. And you can
That's not
see over
great.
in the corner his jacket, his like noble's robes that he was wearing off in the corner.
Would take the satchel and kind of, if it's still able to be done, even if it's weird, put it over the shoulder.
But it smells fresh, like it just got here. Like it just got here from, like you can still smell the like the smell of the coffee in the shuttle. Yeah.
Oh, Severance. Gonna put the satchel on and take a couple of drugs out and pocket it. And then go, it's, all of it's in there.
Yeah.
And then go over and take the jacket and kind of drape it over an arm. This old body. Let's see. 5, remembering 2, 5 on one wrist, 7 on the other. Feel like that is an indication of where our friend might be.
Yeah.
So gonna keep note of that. And
it's sort of like maybe like an inside out, like you came from 5, you're going to 7, right? Like I transferred in from, like, because you have to know which one you transferred in from, right? It keeps the record of like your consciousness transferred in from this number, now you're transferring out to that number.
yeah, if you transfer into the one that's dead, that would be a real shame. As much
That would
as
kill ya.
yeah,
That
as
would
much
kill
as
you, wouldn't it?
it would. As much as I rocket cringe for this, Harlock is going to go over to the pods, and then take a gun and first for the one that's the oldest one, shoot him in the head. Go down to the one that's next oldest, shoot him, then kill the youngest one as well.
You kill those 3. That's 3 of at least 7 done. Except that the one upstairs was 1. Severance is another.
And we know the wife has come across one.
Yes. And you saw one on the ship. Severance, the one on the ship, the Sis and I. The wife has come across one. There are 3 here. You're missing 1, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah. I imagine we'll want to find that one.
It seems like there is only, if these numbers are correct, there's only 1 left. Somewhere. 7. I do need to note something in those notes. I don't know if you take them with you or not.
The notes or the severances?
The notes.
Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is that, like, there's some information here that she does not think should get out. So she's actually gonna take and burn some of that. If there's any way to, like, burn some of these notes.
Yeah.
Because she has a good memory. She'll remember enough of what she needs to.
This is, I have to tell you, if you look over them, there's a lot of experimentation, a lot of torture to see if that will increase psychic output. A lot of people have died. A lot. And you know there's another lab that his wife had found that is not this one. It's a lot of people. And
we don't need this getting out.
No.
This information.
But you know what? You do know your Severance is the first one. It's the one he was most proud of. Well, the first one that worked. There were a lot of other attempts that didn't work. And he keeps calling that one his son. It's his son. He's the most proud of that one. And then later it becomes, well, the other ones are more perfect. And he doesn't see any reason why you'd even need to think about his son anymore.
Well, when they're perfect, they're versions of himself as opposed to...
Yes, there's a lot of that.
Someone else.
There's a lot of that, right? There's a lot of megalomania and narcissism just in there. And it's a slightly weird... The references to Severance are weird, right? It's like, oh, I'll place him on the planet with my beloved. And, like, there's just a lot in there that...
Well, we'll see that these don't get into Severance's or Terrica's hands.
Right? And there seems to be a kind of a fear about Severance because Severance isn't perfect and is not as easily controllable.
Because it's not him.
There's some notes about a disappointment. How when he tried to do the transfer, he was surprised. He said the transfer worked. I'm alive, I'm back, but I'm in number 2, not number 1. When he tried to he thought that when he was first murdered the first time, he would transfer into Severance, but he didn't. He transferred to number 2. He suspects because his son isn't perfect. It didn't work right? It wasn't indistinguishable enough. And so...
Well, he also... Severance also has his own consciousness. It seems like a lot of the other ones just kind of
that is correct.
Hang out without doing a whole lot.
The Baron didn't seem to pick up on that. Right? He wasn't quite certain why it wasn't working. He thought it was because Severance maybe wasn't perfect enough.
The Baron doesn't seem to acknowledge anyone's consciousness. So that's a really surprise.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. You suspect there may be one more out there, and maybe if the Baron is still alive, he's in that one.
I imagine getting back to the ship. Severance, so I have some good news and some bad news. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I will tell you this, with all of that, your aunt has been able to send this through to you. You know you can drain the last of this to port yourself to Severance, because you know Severance's mind and you know there's that connection. But here's the problem. It will take you who knows how long to get them if you don't do it this way. If you do it this way, this body, well, I suppose it's still alive.
I know. Well, it seems like there's only one thing to do. We'll go ahead and plan to teleport ourselves, keeping the body and everything attached. But first, we're going to continue to light the place on fire.
I see.
So, you know what?
Yeah.
It'll be live right now.
Yeah.
A little bit, and you know what? From my understanding, it's real muffled down here, so you really wouldn't be able to hear any screams or burning sounds.
Yeah, and I will tell you what, this place is fairly secure. You do not think this fire will escape this area.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and close the door back.
Yeah.
So we're gonna light it on everything. Well, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and light the Baron on fire too. It'll take him a minute to burn up before I'm out of here.
Yeah. Would you make a roll for me?
I don't have arson queued up, but
No. I need recon.
okay. Severance, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news, I found the actual original Baron's body. The good news, I burned it. He's dead now. Did I add my thing to that? Oh.
That's an 8, so you got
oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Please describe what you do in great detail.
So after having burned and she does the espionage, she does the recon, so she can't not be looking through the paperwork as she's burning it. But it gets to a certain point where it's just there's too much, both in content and also just in volume, because it was years upon years of this, and it seems like
rambles a little bit.
Oh yeah, and there's some that'll talk about like, well, I had the greatest idea today.
Yes.
Aren't I wonderful?
Yes.
So there's some of that which, you know, is not super fun to go through. But then also a lot of it is just like there's diagrams and there's like real specific details about certain things that are just really grotesque and such. And like, whilst the Harlock has seen a great amount, this is just it gets to the point of like gratuitous, you know, like beyond gratuitous. So after, because what she was doing is reading, burning it, like glancing some over, burning, and then once getting a little bit, reading it, burning it, reading it. So at this point, takes all of the pretty much gathers up all the notes and papers and tomes and all this stuff around, and piles it around the chair, piles it, then starts setting books on the Baron's lap, the original Baron's lap.
Just tell me when you touch the body with fire. Tell me when that happens. I need to know exactly when that moment happens.
Yes. So would pile stuff up and then would go over and pick up the book on anatomy. And would go over and like set it down on top of all these other things on the lap and kind of lean forward and would say to this particular Baron, even though, like, while she knows the consciousness is not in that one, feels like maybe listening somewhere.
Perhaps.
All this study on anatomy, psionics, life, experimentation. The one thing that you forgot is the soul. And then we'll light up the things on the floor, because wants to give herself enough time to get out of there too. So gonna light the floor, the papers around first. And then I imagine get some crackling going, and would walk over to try and bounce out this place before he really gets super engulfed, but it's at the feet.
As you walk past the Baron's body, as the fire begins to burn, and you can see he's wearing sort of very nice robes, and the robes start to catch fire. And as you're walking by, you see a twitch in the corner of the Baron's mouth. And then the eyes go from that dull, glassy white to brilliant green. And there is awareness as the machine whirs up a little bit, like something is sending a signal and something is returning. And I need you to make a roll.
I'm sorry, I don't think Siri understood that.
No, Siri's freaking out. I need you to make a roll.
Can I roll what you like?
See, now, I'm just going to say that if you were, and it's because you made that recon roll that you saw it coming. If you were someone else and did not have a psychic shield, because my understanding is that you have that telepathy skill, so you always have a psychic shield up, always.
It would be foolish not to.
This would be a different situation, but you are shielded, so I need you to roll telepathy.
Okay.
And you just should tell me if you want to use any luck after you roll it.
After I roll? Okay. Sure. That's a 16.
All right. I'm going to roll now.
Okay.
So, how are you doing right now?
I'm at a 16, so that feels like a decent start.
You only have one psionic point left, yeah?
That's correct.
What was that? You have 2 +4s there. What's the second +4 for?
In the one I just
In your
rolled?
roll. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think it should be.
Uh,
Did you add the +4?
I did.
Yeah, you don't need to because it automatically adds.
Oh.
So that's a 12.
12. I lied. It's a 12.
Since you roll on the powers, it automatically adds your skill level for you.
Oh, excellent. Very good.
Because it cares.
So
yes.
that's a nice round 12.
Yes.
So round.
I'm going to roll right now.
Okay.
I'm going to roll 2d6 plus the psionic strength of the person that you're dealing with, which is a 12.
Oh, neat.
Plus their skill, which is a 6.
Okay, so
I'm gonna add 18 to this.
already we are
25.
okay.
Now,
Well, I don't have 12 luck.
no. Would you like to spend any luck?
Yeah. I have 2 left. Might as well.
Okay.
So that
brings
takes
you
us to a 14. Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you one more question. You are not alone right now.
Nope, doesn't seem that way.
The stone is there.
Mm-hmm.
You need some juice to teleport out.
Right.
You could take some juice to teleport out and leave some with this stone. Or you could take the rest of it now and just leave one left and leave it completely empty. You could kill the stone right now. Leaving one left to teleport, but you would kill it.
On the one hand, I don't want to kill the stone. On the other hand, this is also no life, as it's being forced to do really grotesque things.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which you know it remembers.
Yeah. Man, I wish without having to use up the last point that I have, I could ask it. or at least communicate to it like,
yeah,
I'm sorry that you've experienced it, that this has happened. And maybe she could just say it, to this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you've gone through this, that this has happened, but it'll be over soon. Yeah. Seems like the best thing to do. Yeah.
Okay. In that,
So I don't think there's really coming back to rescue the stone after this.
But it might. Well, who knows? Who knows? As you walk by it and you see that flickering bit of consciousness, and you feel this stabbing pain. You know this power. It's a psychic assault.
Mm-hmm.
It is if your very being is being to be ripped apart as the fire burns on each side. And you can feel like a knife, this probe coming through this body from somewhere else. This very, very high, this takes a lot of power to do this. You don't know how this is being drained or what's happening, but whoever this is probably cannot do it again, right? Because it's very difficult to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you can feel it. And what your total there is like you got a 15, right? No, 14 total, right?
14, yeah.
Plus 10 from the stone. Doesn't have much left.
Yeah.
And that's going to bring you up to a 24.
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to take 1 damage to your endurance.
All right. It's been
That is
done.
all that can get through. And you can feel the Baron's mind trying to rip yours apart. If you were not here by the stone, if you were not trained as well as you are, he would have ripped you to pieces. But you bleed a little. You get a bit of a nosebleed.
Mm-hmm.
And the Baron's life force, you can see the eyes flicker back to the white. It's just a brief moment. That
Coward.
Couldn't. And the fire crackles.
So gonna go back over the stone, like put hands on it. And gonna stand with it for a second.
Yeah.
Because I imagine all this time she's connected to it, she can feel that it's in pain, that it's had to do all
Yes.
these terrible things.
Yes.
And we'll kind of just speak to it a little. I'll put an end to this, and I'll see that the one who did this to you suffers. And then we'll kind of go and...
There's a whisper.
I
From the stone.
I can't understand you. Listens.
You open yourself up. You'd have to drop your psychic shield to do so.
Kind of looks back over at the older Baron's body, still looking
which is
glazed
now
over.
on fire. Yes.
Ugh. Oh, yeah, I don't think it wants to come back
And
to
you
that.
can
Yeah, so
smell, you can smell the burning flesh. And
yeah.
like formaldehyde.
Oh, Baron, no. Yeah, so yeah, we'll go ahead and drop it.
All right. Please make your teleportation roll.
Mm-hmm.
You need 12.
Okay. Here we go. It's 11.
And what is your luck?
Used up now.
So, you need to spend 4 psionic points. And you only have 1 left.
I do.
So that's 1 and 3 more endurance from you.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I have enough endurance for that.
As you
For now.
start digging into your own soul to fuel this.
That seems about right.
So you have 0 psionic strength left as you are completely, utterly exhausted. And you start unraveling your own flesh in order to push this through.
Which I think makes sense given she's done a lot of psionic things here today.
But it's almost not enough. You don't think you can make it. You think you can't. There's no way. Unless. Do you remember how I said that the crest that Terrica had was a bit of an amplifier?
Mm-hmm.
That stone really is a bit of an amplifier.
There's also
You
one on the
have
hilt
one.
of my thing, yeah.
There is.
As it so happens.
As it so happens, it is very small, but it does give you a +1
Ugh.
whenever you are with it. And that +1, which is all it gives, is enough. And it dies in your hands, the stone.
And I imagine there would be like just some tears coming down. Because connecting to you can feel that happening.
And as it's dying, with your shield down, you get visions. Deep visions. You see a cave, and this cave has got veins of this ore all through it, reaching up towards the earth, towards the ceiling above. And you can see the edge of its fingers of these veins are broken, but it's trying to grow. And the roots are going deep, deep, deep into the earth of some place. And there's a smell. Whatever this is, this thing was once connected to some kind of something greater, something larger, something much more sentient. But this thing that it was connected to, this massive gemstone, was but a fingertip. Not even that. Connected to something much, much larger, and whatever it is has been wounded so deeply and is trying to come back alive. It's trying to reach up and live again, this thing. This amazing power source, which is also a being, has trying to live again, to grow, to reach the air, the sky, to emerge as trees, as grass, as water, as life. But it's not strong enough yet. And this small piece, which to you might have seemed so large, was ripped away from the rest of its body and brought to this place. It was ripped away from Drinax. And at that moment, your body is ripped away from this place, back towards the clone, the number 1, Severence. And that is the end of this episode.
Oh, snap.
I would like to note that Void Smoker is correct. GDCO would pay top creds for the mining rights.
Oh, I
Tell them
believe it.
exactly all about it if you wanted to.
Oh, Drinax is trying to come back to life.
It is.
Which I will say, I think having made this connection with the stone is going to put a lot more stake for the Harlock into Drinax itself.
I need you to do one more thing for me, and it's important.
Yes.
Your psionic strength is at 0, but I need you to bring it right back up to 8, because this is a roll that you do with full strength.
Mm.
I need you to make a psionic strength roll.
Mm-hmm. It's a 10?
Let's see. What is that? It looks like...
I don't know what's happened here.
I feel like... Here, what I'd like you to do is roll 2d6 and add.
Okay.
I feel like that one is...
You know what? Hang on. Last roll of the night. Gotta bust out the... Also, I have to point out what Volte says, but I have to say it in the correct way. Drinax is alive?
Is alive?
So that's a 10. 4, 3, 3, 10.
Did you add the +3 to it?
That is with the +3, yeah.
That
I
is
rolled
with
a
the
7.
+3.
Yeah,
Thank
rolled
you.
a 7. So I guess 10 was the number. As it happens.
The dice don't lie.
Dice don't lie.
All right. You rolled a 10. What? I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Would you like A or B? You have a choice.
Okay.
There's choice A and there's choice B.
Okay.
You rolled a 10, which is 2 above 8. That means you have 2 points. You can have 1 point in A and 1 point in B, or 2 points in A or 2 points in B.
Okay.
I will not tell you what they are.
Oh, good.
Because these are happening as you are teleporting.
Yes. Okay. Ooh, I'm excited. Let's
As your
go.
shield is down, as your psychic shield is down, you've got a margin of success of 2, and you've got 2 places to put them.
All right, let's go. You know what? I'm greedy and I want it all. Let's go 1 for each.
1 for each. You are bleeding, right?
Yay!
You have unraveled your body, right?
Yes.
To do this.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you could do this was because you have your aunt's psychic blade, which she no longer has. She's at your home planet without it, you know.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. 2 things have happened. You put 1 in each. You spend the extra energy that is generated as you teleport, and your entire being sort of transports itself through space in 2 different directions.
Oh, no. Okay.
Both of them are related to the blade and its connection to you. Well, that's not exactly right. 1 is about its connection to you, and 1 is about its connection to something else. Which one would you like to know about first?
Oh, let's I I imagine the connection to something else would be my aunt, since it was her.
No.
Really? Okay.
Mhm.
Let's find out about the not me first.
You find yourself in your quarters on the Gambler.
Okay.
You have got Severance's clothes and satchel. You are in a lot of pain. You're bleeding. Luckily, you are a very strong and hardy person, so you can take a lot more damage than some people. This might have actually killed Severance. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I do have more endurance than Severance does by a bit.
By quite a bit. But the blade in your hand, it's in your hand right now, the blade. And there are two sensations you feel at once. The first is intense pain in the palm of your hand that is touching the blade's hilt. And the other is a cooling feeling, also from the blade, but more from the hilt.
Mm-hmm.
The one that is not connected to you is the cooling feeling. You're not alone. The Viridian gemstone at the hilt has a bit of a double heartbeat to it. The stone that you did not leave without speaking to, that you gave compassion to, that you opened yourself up to and connected with, a small piece of that consciousness now lives in your blade, in that Viridian stone.
Oh, buddy.
It is so small and weak, like a small child, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like an egg, like a chick. That small seed you've taken with you into the hilt of your blade. That is the thing not connected to you.
You can bet as soon as she feels better, she's gonna give it daily feedings of energy and such.
Now, what about the thing that is connected to you?
Yes. What about that?
The burning in your palm.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't see what's happening because you're holding the blade hilt. Unless you want to look.
Yes, I will look at it. I probably maybe set it down and look.
Your family's crest was on that side of the hilt. Your family's crest is burned into your palm.
Oh.
I would like you to add something to your character sheet.
I'm ready.
Under psychic powers, if you would.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when your aunt said to you that your heritage you never received?
Yes.
Please add another power to your psychic powers.
I'm ready.
You now have the Zodani psychic power at 0. There you go.
How exciting!
Only Zodani have access to this, but you never did because you never unlocked your true potential.
Oh, dang.
I do have some bad news for you.
I'm very, very unwell.
No.
Okay.
But you know it in your bones.
Oh.
Your aunt is no longer alive.
Yeah. Likely soon to be father to follow, unless something happens, I would imagine.
Yes. There is a power called that is part of the Zodani power set, the Zodani power talent called empathic healing. It allows you to transfer wounds from others to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you know it now. You know it. Your aunt had been transferring your father's lingering wounds into herself. Most likely this blade that she was linked to helped her. But the link has been transferred to you. She has given up her defenses for you. And I suppose in some way for Drinax, although she doesn't know it.
Later on, when we complete this mission, she, wherever her spirit resides, will be very, very pleased.
And my friends, that is the end of our episode. That's it.
Yo! And I have a sword buddy!
You do have a sword buddy. You do.
They'll all look at me like I'm crazy when I'm talking to my sword, but little do they know.
It's a little seed. Little seed.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness. How are you doing?
Woo! Fantastic. Amazing. Well done.
You're well done. What? I was like, there are a lot of traps here. I don't know what you're gonna do.
Oh, traps, you say? Let me just injure myself. Joke's on you.
I will tell you one more thing as a spoiler so that you know.
I'm ready.
The Baron cannot run anymore. You have destroyed the Baron's ability to lich himself into other phylacteries, as it were.
Oh, good. I thought you said that. I thought you meant literally Severence. I was like, oh my god, did I break his legs? Okay.
No. But Baron Merrymore no longer has the ability to run.
Good. Maybe if we don't end up finding him, he'll catch a real gnarly disease somewhere. And then he'll have a real unfortunate and unpleasant situation unfolding. All of the time, perpetually. Oh my gosh.
So, how are you feeling?
Yes, fantastic. That was
okay.
Clutch. Also, part of the way through, probably like 3/4 maybe, all of a sudden, especially when you were talking about Severence being the first, I was like, that's why his name is Severence. I get it. It all makes sense now.
Also, I just got to give you some well done props there. You know what I mean? Hello.
Oh no. Thank you.
You got it. I was like, So if you would, you did. I was like, there's somebody doing really creepy, why is he cloning people? He's got this stuff. And I was like, well, you can't destroy the body and still use the teleport. Oh, no.
Well, honestly, my first thought was if only I had a grenade. Hang on. You know what is even safer for me? Lighting him on fire.
Yes.
So...
But you are now back on the Gambler. We will find out what happens there. But I would like, if you don't mind, while I'm pulling up some data, could you do your outro? Say who you are, where we can find you, and normally you give love, but you're the only person here, so
so giving love to the GM. Okay. No, that's the way it is.
Fine. I'm just gonna pull up the messages.
So, hello everyone. I am still Rocket Fox, like I was at the start of tonight's fantastic return. You can find me in all of the places where you look up Rocket Fox. I will be there, including On Thursdays, you can catch me every week over on Sirenscape, where we play a weekly Cyberpunk Red with an amazing cast. Last Sunday of the month, we have a Dune game over on Cybernation Uncensored. Last Monday, which is the next night, we on also Cybernation Uncensored play Shadows of Asterin. And this Sunday, yes, I will be doing a little Morning Play Cafe, which is one of the shows that I produce. And also on Cybernation Uncensored, I will be playing some Minecraft. You want to come over and hang out with me. And I do have a Patreon in which I've been showing the same ones off because I'm late on sending these out, but I make little zines. I got some stuff online. It is worth your eyeballs to come check out. And for my love for tonight, well, what a journey. Like, what a journey. I saw in the chat when people mentioned like the Asimov kind of twists and turns and all this, and there was another somebody mentioned like Emperor Palpatine and all the like the classic perfect balance between it's sci-fi, it's interesting and like unusual, a little uncanny, and then also really uncanny, oh my god, bodies just all over the place.
Give me some body horror.
Yeah, one of my favorite kinds. So that, I think, bringing the aunt in was fantastic. Just like one meeting and already I was like, no, auntie, no, don't leave me here. And also
she was only able to get there because you were so close to the stone.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not sure of how many other GMs can make you feel sympathy for a rock. So I think that is a very real skill. So, not only the world building, but coming up with these just staggering storylines and all the twists and turns, just chef's kiss.
I was worried. I was like, oh, you're just one off of that teleport. But then I was like, wait, the stone is a focus. It's an amplifier. It's only a +1, but that's actually all you need. And I was like,
right? Oh my god. Yeah, no, as soon as you started starting to explain that, I was like, hang on. Yes. So yeah, for anyone who has joined us who may not have, there's time to go over to the YouTube and catch up on season 1. I mean, we all binge watch shows, like, there's time.
Also, I have some secret plans for that.
Ah!
They're good plans. They're not bad plans. They're good plans. They're good plans.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I am so glad. Like, can you imagine if our Severance had gone over that? He would no longer function. he would not. He would be gone to us.
I think it's really interesting that you decided to destroy all those notes and just remember the important things and not give all of that stuff to Severance. Maybe he doesn't need to know.
Oh, not even just that.
Like
that. Don't let them just exist anywhere that anyone could get a hold of them or find them. Like, that's not knowledge we need passed anywhere.
No. He's been working for over 50 years on whatever weirdness he's got going on.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Get that guy out of here.
Yeah. I would introduce myself, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to read our messages, because we got our messages in. We got tips and bits, and I want to read out the tips and bits. So I want to say we got $25 from Draft Deer, who is such a great supporter, but no message. I'm going to think that the message is, feed me, Harlock. Like,
all the puzzle pieces, 1,000 puzzle pieces.
Yeah, all the puzzle pieces. Feed me. Yeah, no.
Just knock them off. Flip the table. They go,
Yeah. I'm going to tell you that your big fail, right, to sort of reach out to find the way in, because if you succeeded, you would have like seen the pathway down there. It was hard because it was like shielded, but it just trapped
this
you
was
in.
Way better. This was way better.
Right? But your aunt could get to you because the trap is fueled by the stone, right? and which is this sort of distance amplifier. So that's how your aunt was able to sort of like find you in that moment of crisis, but you could have been trapped there forever.
Well, these things, they happen.
I also want to give some love because we got some gift purchases that came out. So thank you for those gift purchases. Rissa did. Also, Woolen Volpas and RQ Stefan. Also, I want to say we got some gift subs who says, thank you, Woolen, for those gift subs. We have some bits from Volpas, like with just like some cool bits in there, no message. We got some 100 bits, that's 50 bits from Volpas, 100 bits from Woolen TW, who's one of our sponsors, who says, what an intense episode. Thank you so much, Trooper and Rockette. Look, I'll tell you what. Whenever I get the honor to do a solo with Rockette, I know it's going to be amazing. Like, that's just a thing that I know.
Oh, my
Rockette
word.
is like solo gold. So that, I believe, are our tips and bits. I want to say special thank you to our sponsors, Avita and Amoeba, Woolen TW, KY Hawkeye, and then Josh, me, and Art. They have been our sponsors for the last couple of months, and I think 3 of them are rotating out for this month, and I'm really excited for whoever wants to come into the sponsorship tier. If you're like, I don't know, if you're a big company with gazillions of dollars, go ahead. Take a month of sponsorship. That you can just, if you want to, you can join our Patreon. It's like $3 if you like, just to support the show. The sponsor tier is $200, and that will pay for 1 week of the cast for them. And if you do, I will make an ad for you, a radio ad, which will play out during the break, and then also give you a special spot in our credits, and
in our hearts.
And in our hearts, and a special shout out. And so I want to say thank you for this. Thank you for being here for the start of this. Thank you for, sitting through that weird technical issue. I think it was actually the Stream Deck.
Stream Deck.
Yeah, it crashed and it was bad. But I'm going to stitch all this together. We'll put it on YouTube. You can find the archive of all these shows over on YouTube. If you're hanging out on YouTube, subscribe and then leave a message, and I'll read out cool messages at the next show. I have one more thing I'm going to say that Rockette knows, but nobody else knows yet, but I'll tell you what it is. And then let me see. You can find us on Patreon as well at Academic Foxhole. You can join our Discord. Follow Rockette because she's amazing. Go see her stuff because she's really, really great. She's a brilliant artist. She's so kind and cool. And
gosh.
we played some Overcooked before, and we're going to play some Overcooked again.
Yo, it has been too long. There have been DLCs that we have not played. And I have to say, Trooper's the only person I've been able to play Overcooked with and not like throw a chair at somebody. So
nice.
Yeah.
I like playing Overcooked with you. I think it's chill.
Yes.
I mean, like the game is very stressful, but like I enjoy playing with you.
But it's a fast-paced chill. It's a chill that keeps moving, Yes.
So we have a merch store if you want to get this cool t-shirt. And I'll be, yes. Let me see. What else do I want to tell you? Yes, here's the thing between us, right? Rockette Fox is not going to be here next week, which is when everybody else shows back up. So we're going to make the rest of the cast feel like she died, baby. There's going to be something. We're going to, like, freak them out, maybe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we'll just do something to be like, I don't know. Well, we're going to mess with them because that's what friends do.
That's what friends are for.
That's what friends are for.
Oh, my God. I love it.
So thank you, everybody, for being here. You all have been amazing and wonderful. And, stretch, drink water, take care of yourself, and thank you for joining us with the Gamblers. And give love to Voidsmoker for all this amazing art. And, yes. And I've got surprises coming. Surprises are coming next. But
that's gonna be so good.
I'm TroopersJP. I have been the GM here. This is my joy and love. I love this crew. I love this cast. Tomorrow you can find me at noon playing The Outer Worlds on my channel. Boop, boop, boop. Noon Eastern. But Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Praxagor Thesmophoria, I'll be doing Witcher Roads Home. And then Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel, Eastern, I'll be doing Montreal by Night. And that's where you can find me. And then, of course, back here. So, everyone, take care of yourselves, and you're all the best, and I will catch you all later, and give all the love to Rocket for being amazing, and I'm really excited to see how our very hard, very unfeeling, really doesn't care about anybody Zodani, who's clearly a big old teddy bear on the inside, will deal with this moment.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Bye,
Thanks
everybody.
so much, everybody. Bye.
Bye. I believe we're in credits.
Hey.
We're not in credits yet, but we're almost
Oh
there.
no.
Now we're almost there. We're in credits. We're in credits. Credits.